What? My microphone's not. There we go. Welcome to Master the Game. I am Juice, and tonight we are playing Blue Rose. I have obviously got to fix the overlays, but tonight when we are playing, this is our final arc. We will be wrapping up the first arc. Now, there is a chance that we will be playing a season 2 down the line, but nothing is truly official. We don't have it on the calendar yet, I should say. But we are going to try and do a season 2, and we will hopefully still tonight give you a satisfying conclusion to what we have been working on. So with that, I would quickly also like to mention I am now a Amazon affiliate, or not Amazon affiliate, a Green Ronin affiliate. So if you decided you wanted to purchase anything from Green Ronin, you can do so. Head on over to greenroninstore.com/discount/MTGRPG. You can get 5% off any of the products in their store. It doesn't have to just be Blue Rose. It could be Fantasy Age, Mutants and Masterminds, Song of Ice and Fire, whatever game you are interested in. Or maybe you just want to buy some of their really pretty dice for Blue Rose or Dragon Age or any of those, you can. Again, you'll save 5% of your order. With that, we also are doing a giveaway this next week. So if you want a chance to win that, you have got to watch the full episode tonight, or not, but you need to tell us what your favorite moment is from tonight's episode for your chance to either win a narrator bundle or a player bundle. As you can see on your screen, you will get quite a few things in each set. I will be picking one winner for each. We have already given away 2 sets of each, and from what I've heard, everyone's really happy with that. And then until the end of the game tonight, if you want to save 15% off, you can by going and typing in Master the Game Blue Rose RPG for 15% off anything in the Green Ronin store. I do not get a cut of that, but it does show them that you watch this, and you can save 15% rather than the 5%. If you want to support me, though, post, what you go over to the discount/MTGRPG, and that'll support me. So with that, Aaron, actually, let's introduce our characters, right, Aaron? Would you like to start with that?
Yeah, I say let's get a little bit of a refresher on who everybody is.
Yeah, so I am Juce. I am playing Astaroth, and Astaroth is someone who really loves nature. If you haven't been watching or just don't remember because it's been a while, loves nature, loves his mother. In fact, has a sword that he has his mother's name etched into. He is really excited to become one of the finest he can be here. So he didn't realize that Tessera was not as in love with nature, and he's loved learning more about her because it reminds him of his love of nature. But he has been surprised, and he has grown to love Tessera and Fen, just like their family as well. So yeah.
Just I just wanted to tell you that Michael is not currently on the overlay.
Yep. I'm actually working to fix it this morning.
Okay.
That's why I sound so fumbled up over here, because I'm trying to sort things.
Multitasking.
There we go. I'm not good at multitasking. That's why everything I just said, I was screwing things up and talking about Amazon and All right, there we go.
Okay, cool.
And I will be. Yeah, go ahead. You're fine. Yes. Take it away. Whoever else wants to introduce their character.
Yeah.
My name is Joseph, and I'm playing Tessera. And Tessera is a Rycat. She is roughly about between the size of like bobcat and a puma or so, with coloration that makes her kind of look like just a gigantic Siamese cat. She also has ears and neck adorned with some tasteful but clearly very expensive jewelry. And she is very much a city cat, unlike a lot of the other Raiden, which is the name for the kind of sapient psychic animals of the setting. She has grown up in Aldous, the city of the Blue Rose, and has basically worked to become part of the Sovereign's Finest, because that's actually an excellent way for her to follow her mother's path to get into politics and that sort of thing. And so she's here as sort of with her graduating class, and in particular with her bondmate, Fen.
That's me. Hi, how's it going? I'm Mike. I'm playing Fen. Fen is a Vata'an from Jarzoni, meaning he was not welcome there. And he doesn't use his abilities for the church, and so they weren't souped about it. So he went into exile, came here, and he's kind of a monotone bookworm that does karate. Strange amalgam of things, but that's who he is. And somehow he seems to be in charge of the diplomatic act that's happening tonight.
It's true. All of these characters have been thrust out of their comfort zones, and to have an understanding of why that is, let's all buckle in, because it's been a while. We'll go over a bit of recap of what's happened so far. My name is Aaron. I'm going to be the narrator tonight, as I have been, and just want to start this off in the spirit of thanks to all my players as we go into this final act. I think we've had a lot of speed bumps along the way of getting this final game together, but I'm glad that we all showed persistence in making it happen. I take it that everybody wanting to continue to do it and making time for it is means that everybody's been having a good time. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate all of the efforts you have put into making this game a success as it has been so far. And I think that spirit of making things happen despite adversities is a good thing for us to hold on to these days. So we are in the land of Aldous, the Kingdom of the Blue Rose, and we are following these collegiate, this cohort of collegiate trainees and possible members of the Sovereign's Finest, or want to be members of the Sovereign's Finest. This great political and active arm of the government of this land that assures the safety and well-being and welfare and of its people and the nation. This has brought them to far-flung reaches of the kingdom in the town of Point Cruz, very far to the northwest of its near its borders with the people of Rosea, the horse riders there. This is a somewhat insignificant town on the coast amongst the Trident, and it is sort of cliffy and rocky with some patch of beach that allows them access to the sea. And what the most significant thing about it is that there are these many ruins there, which have become of interest to a couple groups that have moved in here. Most significantly, the Royal College, who have set up a far campus here, which is where all of these our characters are studying. So all of this to say that as they reach the end of their studies and the beginning of their new prospects within the Sovereign's Finest proper, strange things occurred as they did not have much time to think about how they would be celebrating the Scholars' Dance that is imminent, or or any of their final sort of examinations to see if what they have learned has stuck and makes them qualify for the Sovereign's Finest. The town was invaded by an extra dimensional being of shadow and corruption, embodying gluttony, that they were able to put down with the help of their mentor. This led to many questions. The mentor had to leave in order to investigate and make sure that the area was safe, to see if any other creatures had manifested anywhere around. This left the students somewhat in charge of the place, and our core 3 players here sort of took up the charge as leading many of these efforts, while the rest of their cohort sort of went about to securing the area and making sure that everything was set up for the safety and comfort of the people of Point Cruz. Our players did some investigation and believed to have found the source of the invasion of this dark being as some kind of strange sorcery linked to a Jarzoni holy symbol. The Jarzoni holy symbol, the Jarzoni being a much more conservative and closed society, which there are immigrants from that community living here in Point Cruz. They are a little bit different than proper Jarzoni, which has brought them to the land of Aldea, who are very tolerant and accepting, though sometimes the Jarzoni and their beliefs sort of test the limits of Aldea's tolerance. Amongst these investigations, they found a group of people who were hesitant to be entirely helpful, and also expressed needs and worries about being fully integrated into the community, having some sort of economic representation, being able to sell and open shops and have a place within the town proper, and also as their community grows, they are encroaching further and further into the forests around here, which are home to many awry Aryden, these awakened animal beings like Tessera. These investigations also led them to seek out the Kernish refugees, former slaves of the sorceress kingdom to the north, ruled by the last of these lich lords, who use all manners of people as chattel for their purposes, and found amongst them also in a much more desperate situation than the Jarzoni, but there is inherent conflicts between Kerns and Jarzoni, and Kerns and even some Aldeans, and they are in need of much help, and they don't really have much in the way of skilled labor in order to integrate fully and into the economics of this town, and so remain sort of in their tent shanties, making do. It was found that one of these Kernish had on them another half, or another one of these holy symbols, these Jarzoni holy symbols, and that he went, and they decided to, this young man named Korith, they followed him late last night and found him sneaking over towards this cliffside leading up to the Jarzoni encampment, or Jarzoni sort of place where they've settlement, and having some kind of sense that he was trying to maybe make his way there. All right. I think I've covered. So you have stopped him. The three investigators, the three hopeful sovereign's finest, have cornered the young man. He has let out a cry of "Why couldn't you let it be?" And he is in tears. And before we start in earnest, are there any questions or clarifications that I can make for anybody before we get started in earnest?
I think that covers it.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
think we're good.
Excellent. All right. So, Korith sits in front of you, sort of, and you see him there, and you see that he's distressed. He's not happy to see any of you. He's at a very emotionally volatile place right now.
Korith, Tessera says, perhaps we should speak about what's going on. We really want more than anything else to help you and your family. And I don't think what you're involved in does that. Help us find a way to do so. What's going
on? So go ahead and we'll start off with a roll,
Okay.
a communications test. And if you have an appropriate focus, you may use it here as well.
Okay. We're looking at a total of a 13.
Okay.
No doubles.
All right. He is. You see that you have sort of taken down his defenses in as much as that he is listening to you.
Right.
He is still. You don't know if you've completely penetrated his armor, and he looks to you saying, sometimes truth hurts people.
You're right. Sometimes it does. But that doesn't mean it should be avoided either. Sometimes the only way of getting through bad things is by accepting the pain and forging directly ahead. If you're worried that the truth that you're about to speak is injurious to us, or to those around you, we understand, and we think that you're very kind and good for wanting to not hurt people. But this stands to hurt them as well. What's going on?
There is one that I loved. I don't know. The words come to me too late now. I've already hurt so many, caused so much danger by my actions. There is a boy up there. A boy that that I care for deeply. One who cared very much for me. But he was so different. We are so different. His people look at my people with mistrust and fear. I feared them. I still do. And no matter how much I cared for him, I still worried deep down that I still had this fear of him. And I worried and then I would feel guilty for that fear. And then I would fear the fear, and it became far too complicated. Far too complicated. And he kind of just looks off into the middle distance. He's now a little bit more absorbed into the feeling. He is wrapping hurt around him like a blanket, and he's kind of now going inward again.
But for what reason did you act in such a way?
I was afraid.
What did you hope to gain from those relics?
He looks at you and he says, for the first time he was thinking that you were on the same page as him, and then there's this like shock that he just can't, he's almost like confused by you, and then he says, I don't know what you mean.
What were you doing? Just now, what were you doing?
I wanted to say I'm sorry. I wanted to do what I could I wanted to see if everything was all right. That I don't know. I can't imagine what he's feeling.
What were you doing by the lake?
I was going to the lake I wasn't going to the lake. I was going there. And he goes over to this like pretty steep hillside, and there's like all of these like shrubs and like brambles and things that are kind of growing out, and roots and stuff that are coming out the side of this hill. And you see that like he tugs on part of that, and you see that there's this actually like pretty like nifty, like intricately like almost like created like carpet or tapestry of this vegetation, which is like hiding a rope that goes up that hill towards the Bazista estate at the top.
Aaron, we saw him do something. Isn't that correct? Didn't we see him like throw something in the lake, or didn't I like sense magic from...
He was about to... That's right. He was going to the lake and he was about to throw Thank you. So let me. You stopped him. You stopped him
Yeah.
from throwing his other half of this thing. So yeah, let me rewind a little bit. So he says, I was just so angry. I was just so incensed that I could care for and worry about somebody like that giving up myself to this, to being so weak and to causing this. The weight of it was too much, and I heard that there might be something to do with the symbol, and all of it, I had to get it away from me. I had a million reasons for doing it, for just trying to get it away, for
Where did it
worrying
come
that
from?
it would do something to me.
You have one half of the object. Who had the other half?
I cannot give you a name. Please, I ask you so much that I do not give you a name, for I know that if I were to give you a name, if I were to say it to you, it was the one thing that I always promised him, is that I would never, ever shed a light upon something that he wanted hid so badly. To ask me for a name is to ask me to hurt him all over again, more than I have hurt him yet.
I would like to roll something here. This is a little sinister for Finn. He's not great with social graces. He understands them, but I'm good with persuasion. Fen looks to him and says, "With what you have said, you needn't say the name, for the three of us can infer. And if you don't say the name, we can just march to the estate and claim you have done so. It is best to speak truth now, or pay the price later."
This is some sort of intimidation situation we're doing.
I was hoping for persuasion because Fen looks like Fen.
There was
yeah,
sort of a threat, but you are 6'4" also.
Yeah, but he's very wafy,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
not like. But yes, it is definitely some sort of that. The inference is that we know.
Serious. He's not bluffing.
Yeah,
Okay.
the inference is that like we know you've told us too much. We know who you're talking about, and if you don't like speak true of the name, then we're just going to make an assumption and say that you did otherwise.
Okay. What I would like you to do is make a communication roll. I think that persuasion is fine here. Yeah.
Cool. 13. No doubles.
So he is pretty. I will say that he is pretty steeled against this.
Okay.
This is like a really big issue for him.
Yeah.
It does. It does scare him. What you say makes him pause, and he just retorts with, "You can infer all you like that there is somebody in that house that I love. But the Bazistas have many sons of an age at which that might catch my eye. And you can make any accusation you wish. You had better hope that you are telling the truth. You would hold my honor ransom?"
My boy, we are not the ones who have asked you to keep these secrets. Secrets which, by your own admission, have hurt people. I would caution you that Love is a great many things, but if you're not careful, it can also be a leash. And if this person is using your love for them to beg you to keep this secret, which has hurt people, they are not worthy of that love. And we are not the ones holding your honor ransom.
But you don't. It makes no use to punish or to go after him. It is my fault. I am the one.
Then come clean, 100%. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is the right thing. And if you want to clear this person's name and your name, then come with 100% truth. Then tell the story so everyone will know in this group right here that you are telling the truth and that truly it does fall on you. That is the best way to protect your friend.
He says, I hurt him. I hurt him in an unforgivable way. A hurt, the deepest of hurts. So, yes, he came down to the encampment one day, and I caught his eye, and we began to speak of we spoke of horseshoes at first. And before we knew it, the conversation took us down on the beach. And our trousers rolled to our knees, and our fingers and our toes in the sand. And we talked about nothing for a time that felt too brief, but by the end was interrupted by the sun's fall. I felt happy and safe to see him, and he would then convince his father to have jobs for me. I'm not still quite sure how he arranged such a thing, but we found a way to be in each other's presence. And we learned so much from each other. How to love one another, how to care for one another. And then that fear set in I told you about. The many little punches with words that the Jarzonis might make in the presence of a young Kurnish boy. And just my own plain ignorance. And so I kept looking for a reason to make my fears mean something, to get myself out of this circle of guilt that I found myself in, about loving but fearing who I loved, and hating that I feared who I loved. And And then the other night, this young, frightened, lovely boy tells you he loves you. And you look, and to so much so that he gives you a whole half of himself. You understand that the Jarzonis, they hold their religion and their practice so dear. When he broke that symbol in half, he was breaking himself in half and giving that half to me. And I stood there, dumbfounded, saddened, guilty for loving, but hesitating, and angry. And so I left him down there. He looks down into the grotto, not welcoming his love. And he pursued me. He was hurt by me because I hurt him. And he tried so desperately to make this thing not true that was happening before him, that was inevitable, that I couldn't love him as much as he wanted to love me. And then at some point I pushed him, and then I just left and I ran because I'm a coward. It's what I am. I'm a coward. And I'm certain that the strangeness and the quiet, scared beauty of the young boy that I had always sensed and somehow saw behind his eyes, that is what unleashed that terrible thing on us and has put us all in danger. But he did not mean to do it, I'm sure. Whatever happened, it is because of my cruelty, my ignorance.
Aaron, I'm fairly versed in the arcane and weird esoterics. Is there something I can roll or determine? Does that sound like bullshit? Or does that sound like that's like scorned love seems like a real way too easy way to summon what is essentially a demon.
Well, you can go about this in two different ways. You can either try to perceive him to see if there is a sense of lying that he's doing, or you can do an intelligence arcane lore test to maybe try to piece that together. Or actually, if it would be even better, sorcery lore. So actually, I might have to make it just a plain intelligence test, because this would be sorcery.
Okay.
Yeah, not arcane.
I would like to make the perception empathy roll to see if he's lying, if I may.
Great. That's not my strong suit, so I'll stick to books.
It definitely isn't. So
so I'll make an intelligence, straight up intelligence.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay, hold on. I gotta look in the book. I got a 16 with 4 stunt points.
Ooh, okay. I got some role-playing stunts. I think you could also use an exploration stunt, maybe. But a role-playing stunt might be more useful here.
And I've got a 19 total.
19 on empathy. So I will tell you that for that empathy roll, that he is laying it all out there for you. And there's he honestly believes that he is at fault. There is one little thing describing in describing his fear of the young man, that he is not quite he's trying to skip over something.
Right.
But he is giving you a fully honest confession that he believes that he is responsible for this and should be the one to deal with, and just to leave this other person alone. Michael, do you know how you would want to spend those stunt points?
I don't. I have so many options. Cool. Let's see here. Nothing in exploration seems to make super lot of sense here. If I were Tessera, I could flirt with him, but that doesn't seem appropriate for a Finn.
No, also probably not age appropriate either.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
It's with damn. I'm open to suggestions.
I mean, it's like he could become your friend out of this, perhaps.
I like, and another thing, you managed to weave a second thrust of conversation. If your description supports it, if relevant, you can make additional tests as part of your action. I guess that doesn't make sense to what I'm trying to do here. Yeah. I guess we'll just stick with the 16 of a roll.
Yeah,
I can't think of any good stunt
it
points.
was
that
more
are
of you going through
applicable.
your Rolodex of knowledge than doing anything active anyway. So
Right.
So yes, like any, I mean, and it's possible that even though you don't have the sorcery lore, you actually are bringing maybe a little bit of your arcane lore in on this. That a lot of arcana and magic in this world, some often manifests with heightened emotions, things that are all of not intentional and unexpected. Obviously, in Aldous, in a world that's very receptive to magic, particularly arcane magic, those things would be seen right away and seen as natural and nurtured. But especially if something is being bottled up and somebody is not receiving any kind of understanding of their arcane ability, then things could weave themselves in such a way that it brings out it triggers power. Just sort of like it's like a shaken up, sparkling wine. The other thing that I would say is that, especially you also know, because you've also done the most research about the arch up in the ruins, where it seems that this thing came from. And about your own explorations into the and you had your own sort of interaction with beings once you were sort of focusing in on that magically. It is possible that if somebody is a strong enough conduit for something like that, in that moment of vulnerability, they could be very easily manipulated by those forces that are trying to reach out and corrupt from shadow. So there's a mixture. So basically, yes, the idea is that this person would be so vulnerable that either their boundaries would be weak, and everything that they were using to bottle up their power is made weak, and also they are just made weak in terms of being able to be manipulated by maybe something like a being of shadow.
Okay,
Yeah.
and the people in the house are Jarzoni, right? The
Yes,
estate
The
up here?
Batistas.
Yeah, the Bazistas are Jarzoni. They are the most affluent of the Jarzoni.
Sure.
In the area.
And what we know of the Jarzoni is that they're craftspeople, right? Is that what their camp here?
Their camp here, they just have they have a very strong work ethic.
Yeah.
And
They're worker bees.
They're worker bees. Yeah, they keep going. They've been very industrious.
Would it be a reasonable jump to conclusions that most of the people that are Jarzoni here are likely not fluent in the arcane arts?
It is. Yeah. Other than maybe Lady Osancha,
Right.
being the priestess sort of this community. Yeah.
Gotcha. Fen is going to establish. Sorry, Joseph. He's going to establish
go ahead.
his psychic link with Tessera, and he's going to like kind of quizzically look at the boy as you're also looking at him, and he's going to say to you, "If he speaks true, the other child is a conduit. He has the ability to use the arcane, but he doesn't know it yet."
Or he may even have sublimated it in fear, especially if.
I think his abilities could have manifest in this moment, and he opened himself up like a gateway.
Well, and she sort of looks up at the sort of top of the ruins up there, and she'll actually loop in. She'll actually loop in. Why is my brain not working? Yes, thank you, Esther, and sort of give a quick explanation and say, historically, I know that dark fiends have sometimes waited within places or objects of spiritual corruption. And if this boy has sublimated his arcane potential because he's afraid of it, as, let's be honest, would not be uncommon in Jarzoni culture, that in a moment of fear and pain certainly could give this dark fiend access to him, a handle over his power, and allow it to free itself. So it may not even be that this boy has used his own power to summon it so much as he was used by. But if that's the case, then...
So he's a danger to everybody here, then?
He is a danger, but only as much as a danger is to a sword handed to a child. Once properly trained...
Sure. But that means we can't go without knowing his name.
Correct.
Agreed. But we also need to find out where this came from, because if it is a relic aligned with shadow, or even worse, an actual shadow gate, that has to be identified and dealt with immediately.
To Sarah, do you think you can convince Korith to give us the name and work with us rather than try to protect this danger?
Tessera sort of looks at him and then, opens up the sort of communications and says, Korith, right now, you're doing everything that you can. You're suffering all of this for one reason. Is it not? To protect the one you love?
Yes. I wish to protect him still.
Good. Then in that, all four of us are aligned. We want nothing more than to make sure that he is safe, that those around him are safe. Can you understand what I'm talking about when I say that if we don't know who this is, and worse, where this thing came from, where this dark fiend came from, he could continue to be used by the powers of shadow. And then it's not just others who are in danger. He, this one that you love, his very spirit would be in peril. And at this point, from where we stand, there is only one person who is capable of, who is able to protect him, to save him. And all you have to do is tell us who he is so that we can do that.
Go ahead and make one last communications roll.
Okay.
If you have any kind of focus, please use it.
Right. So I have the orator talent, so I'm going to go ahead and re-roll that because that is not the best roll ever.
Nice talent choice.
Oh yeah, there we go. So that is a 11, 14, 16 total.
Great. You see that he is very pained to relent. And he says, I assume that you will not bring harm to him.
That is not our goal.
You understand that where I come from, when those of an official nature come up to you asking for questions and names, it is not with any intention to help.
It is a prelude to torture, I know. But let me tell you this. If you walk away from this conversation with nothing else, know that the truth that we seek and the difference between Cairn and Aldous is this. The truth that we seek is for everyone's safety, and it is for his liberation. Right now, we're hoping to help this boy who may have some degree of arcane talent not only become aware of it, but perhaps even be trained in its use. There are a great many things that are forbidden outside of Aldous that Aldous embraces. Not just the arcane, but the love that you were just describing to us. Take advantage of the fact that you are in a nation where, yes, your immediate neighbors make cast questioning looks at you, but it is not forbidden in the law. And in fact, it is embraced. Find a way to take advantage of your new home. You have come so far. Why would you continue to live in the same old fear which shackled you? Surely you don't want that for the one you love either.
He shakes his head and he sort of steels himself as if he is about to amputate something. And he looks to you all and he says, Vezin, Vezin, Vezin Bazista. And it wasn't just his. It was not him being Jarzoni that made me afraid. I had seen power come from him. Strange works. Things that looked much like the talents of my oppressors. And no, I do not think that absolves me from my fear and the cowardice I showed towards him that hurt. At least it gives some clarification to it. And he says, he will not see me. I fear to see him. And he says, and I think after this he will not ever want to see me again. He kind of looks at you to see if he has your leave.
You may perhaps be right, but hold out hope nonetheless. Let us see what this night brings and what comes with the dawn.
I step to the
Okay.
side and do leave the stairway open.
Yeah.
There's
Fen puts an arm out to like stop him from going. When you speak of seeing this power that he presented,
yeah.
was he willing? Did he actively use this ability? Or was it some kind of accident? Was he aware of it?
Not at first. It never happened on purpose. But he knew it was there. But he wanted so much for it not to be.
And he drops his hand.
If this is what love is, and if love comes from the gods, like I've heard it said by Aldeans, then it must be their curse upon us. And he leaves.
Sarah sort of watches him a little thoughtfully and then like glances back over her shoulder at the two of you and says, well, he may come from Cairn, but he certainly got that poetic melancholy down. He'll fit into Aldous just fine.
There is the soul of a poet in him. It is sure.
Why don't we see about going and speaking with Vezin?
Isn't it the middle of the night, though?
It certainly is.
It is.
Do we want to go and rouse the family in their slumber, or wait till morning and maybe do it more discreetly?
To be perfectly honest, I'm somewhat inclined to not wait.
Okay.
If it were any other threat, but if this boy has been in communion, willingly or otherwise, with Shadow, he's not just a danger to himself, but to everyone around him.
Is it possible any of the brothers might also possess some of the same abilities? Is it genetic?
Such things often run in family lines, yes. So it's certainly possible, but there's no guarantee.
Would we want to question everybody, or just the one boy, the Vezin?
Let's speak with Vezin. His is the name that we know.
Okay.
And that we've heard someone has seen him perform these works. That's enough. That's enough to warrant our immediate attention.
And we know it happened at the grotto, correct?
I would caution.
I can clarify any events about the grotto if anybody wants, but yes, continue. Sorry.
I would caution the family, and he like motions to the estate,
Yeah.
is one of affluence. And affluence in Jarzoni is often self-defended. If we speak to the boy, he may lie. If we speak to the parents, they will defend their child and deny it. And then we'll be right back where we started.
What do you suspect we should do then, Fen? Just watch
I'm not
the boy?
entirely sure. Well, see, watching the boy would be incredibly inefficient. He may never manifest again, or he may manifest right away. We have no way of finding out.
There's
Unless-
there's sort of a dark, a sort of a shadow being cast from the ruins as it's kind of an overall of you. And there's a little bit, especially those of you with any kind of psychic ability in the back of your
Nope.
mind. In the back of your mind, you kind of have this sort of intuition with a different voice that you're normally familiar with. Kind of just say, well, you could always just take it from his mind. It's so easy within your power as those who can connect to each other's minds to just, or find somebody to do it
Right.
in the world, to just find what you want without ever having to ask him.
Aaron, as someone who's communicated accidentally with the ruins, does that voice sound familiar?
Yeah, so I would make this as a perception, sort of either a perception or intelligence. Let me see what would be the most appropriate there. Either like a perception psychic.
Okay.
Yeah, make this a perception check.
Okay. Let's see what happens here. An 11 with 3 stunt points.
Okay. I will tell you that it's not hard for you to make out that there is a what you're noticing, and from everything that you've studied, it feels like the telltale signs of corruption. Not that you're being corrupted, but you know that you dealt with some dark stuff coming from that arch, and you know that there's something happening here, and you know that often when things are around very active, corrupt artifacts, those things it can influence you.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna use my stunt points here. This actually makes more sense. There's a stunt point for exploration called That Makes Me Wonder. You immediately make another perception test at no additional cost in time or resources to discover more information about your surroundings or the object of your test.
Please do.
What's going on with that arch there, Aaron?
You gotta
do
make
you
that
want
another?
yeah, I'm
So it's
gonna
another
make
perception test.
Yep. An 11, no bonuses or no stunt points.
Okay, so with just an 11, you can tell that there is nothing physically coming from the thing right now. Everything you're feeling is kind of influence. It's more of a psychic thing, and it's not. It's no different than what it was before, and nothing is changing. Nothing's changing about it currently that you can see.
Cool. Because he's bad at it occasionally, Tessera, you can sense like a man, the only way I can describe this is like it's like a kid who finds a match who's like, that's probably a bad idea, but maybe. There's definitely this is a problem in here, but like there's a desire to know more that you can just feel coming off of Fen after you hear that voice in the back of your head.
Yeah. I think we had better do this tonight. I'm going to contact Corinth. I know he's already left and he's walking off, but like we were just right here, and I'm familiar enough with him.
Yeah.
I will say, which room is his? Tell us how to get into his chambers.
He says that he shares chambers with two of his brothers, but that the way that they would often meet up is there is a in the sort of perimeter of the estate. So you already know about the sort of methodology of getting up there that they would have used, and sort of at the perimeter, sort of towards the south end of that house. There is a, and there's sort of hedges. That there is a that there is a gap in the hedges, and that they would meet in the stables, which are the sort of the structure, the southernmost structure of the Bazista estate. He knows that Vezin would sneak out of the home through a window. It's sort of a corridor window, not in his room. He would have to sneak out of his room and then get there. But yes, his room is towards the back of the estate, and he shares it with two others.
Okay. How would they arrange to meet? Would they arrange to meet, or is it like a
pebble at the window?
Right. Yeah.
There would be
A light flash.
Well, normally he says that when they would talk to each other in the auspices of like him working at the estate,
Right.
when he would do odd jobs there, and come like do deliveries and stuff like that. They really wouldn't get a lot of personal time then. That would normally be their opportunity to say, I'll see you tonight. And then once they kind of got that message across to each other, they would meet. So yeah, it would normally have to be agreed upon beforehand.
Okay.
If you'd like, well, I can also say that to give you the option of also trying to draw out Vision, as it seems like you might be trying to do, that so there's the trees at this down here where you're all kind of all your figurines are at. They're at the tallest tree. Sometimes Corthus would hang a like a red piece of fabric to catch the attention, or would sometimes let me take that back. Would climb to the top, just so normally would be seen at night. So would climb to the top of the tallest tree, would bring some kind of lighting device, like either a candle or a lantern or a torch, would wave it a couple of times and then snuff it. And then that was how sometimes he would try to get the young man's attention too.
I can climb the tree if I had a light source. You're muted, Michael.
Am I?
I don't know. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. I might have mumbled. I don't think I actually have a light source on me because I have dark vision.
It's one of those things where it's completely be assumed
It's
that
up
you
to
have.
you.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Blue Rose doesn't worry too much about equipment, whereas
I have-
other age game stuff do a little bit.
I have dark vision, so I don't have anything.
Yeah, it makes sense that you probably don't care around anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's tons of stuff. I mean, there are lanterns and torches outside right now. You see that the inn is fully, open. It's up to you don't have to stress too much about making sure that you can obtain one.
Okay.
Just a matter of you telling me what kind of light source you want to use.
I would assume I would at least have a lantern, because I'm just a normal, boring human with no arcane abilities and none of that fancy stuff. So, while it was snuffed out because I was trying to hide in a tree before, I'd probably light it. I'd climb to the top of the tree and then light it to try and get this.
Honestly, I'm not even certain luring him out here is our best bet.
You literally want to go into his house, run the risk of breaking and entering, and putting a bad name for us this close to graduation.
I mean, versus what?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I trust your judgment, but because I don't know a lot about these arcane things.
I mean, objectively speaking, on one hand, we have three future sovereigns' finest, potentially
assuming we don't
making
get
fools out
caught
of
for breaking and
themselves.
entering.
Sure. Well, potentially making fools out of themselves by investigating this and being discovered while doing so, versus three potential sovereigns' finest, effectively luring a boy away from his house into the darkness. I mean, there are some things that are going to cause them to question our credibility, and I feel like we should choose the one that does the least damage.
I think both of them are rough. I think both could lead to some
yes, but
really
as
bad
sovereign's
things.
finest, we have a mandate to investigate. So we can at least ride those coattails if they do discover us inside. And really, I think that once we've verified that this boy does have not just arcane, but potentially sorceress potential, the first thing we're going to need to do is let his parents know.
Would we know through our teachings in college how best to handle a similar situation? Was there ever a course about, hey, someone might have arcane? Yeah.
I suppose, you know what? Just to interact with the mechanics a little bit more.
Yeah.
Let's make an intelligence check out of that, and
Okay.
I would say this would go somewhere along the lines of.
I don't have any intelligence skills, so.
Okay, so yeah, if you want to focus, then just straight up intelligence.
11.
Yeah, I mean, like it's
14.
So the obvious basic thing is just is to respect the property and privacy of people, and making sure that you're not doing anything to exacerbate the situation. That's normally what you would be asked to do. Nobody trusts people who are meant to be, public protectors if they're bothering you and raiding you all hours of the night, and it doesn't help public confidence,
Mm-hmm.
and might intensify the situation.
And if we startle a boy with arcane talents in the middle of the night too, that might be dangerous.
But you also know there is that little thing of but also in the case of an emergency, you have to just.
Yeah.
You have to come to terms with how much of an emergency you're in, and then act accordingly.
Right.
You have to think, if it is urgent, then treat it urgently.
Right. To Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if this is a truly immediate threat tonight. I know you want to go in tonight. I know.
No. I would agree. We don't know. So let's compromise.
Okay. Let's break into his room tomorrow morning. Oh, you want to go tonight?
Let me sneak in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will take a look. I would like to lay eyes on this boy myself and possibly even see if there's any lingering sorceress aura on him. And frankly, if he's just sleeping in his bed and it'll, all things being equal, we can come around tomorrow morning potentially with someone with a bit more authority than we have to address the situation. Let's just do that.
Yeah.
But if there's an active dark fiend or he's actively using his abilities, knowing or not, then I would say that we should probably act immediately.
Mm-hmm.
But let's ascertain one way or the other.
Yeah. I'll wait out here then.
All right. So yeah, y'all can wait closer, because I imagine their estate is shut down for the night.
I think we're literally right next to it. I mean, we're right outside the window.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we're at the bottom of the cliff, and it's up at the top of the cliff.
Yeah. So if you want to, if you want to take the long way around, you can go up and around and sort of approach from that angle, and it'll make it much safer, much easier. You can't really benefit from the rope as a right cat.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think that it's a very simple, but you would have to make some kind of physical test in order to just make your way up. But it's never going to be too difficult for you.
Yeah, no worries.
Or you can just take the long way around and just.
I mean, yeah, I'll stand in their their yard. I don't have a problem with that.
So you're saying
I'll walk around. I'll walk up and around.
You walk around. You sort of approach. You're kind of around their perimeter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then because I can, even though I'm inside the house, I can still talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
I can still talk to both of you.
Yep.
So that way, if there's nothing, then I can let you know, and then we can all just vanish into the dark and go look for somebody with some degree of authority. And if there's something bad, I can let you know that too, and you can come running, ideally.
I feel like Fen follows Tessera most of the way, and then splits off and like casually strolls to the front door, and you just see Fen like lean back on the front door, so it would, as if to prevent it from opening in case anyone ran out. But it's in a casual way that says, "I might have done this before," and he just leans on the door. And stays there.
You lean on the front door of the Bazista house.
Yeah.
Okay. If anybody is trying to sneak their way up, without being perceived, if you then go ahead and make your
I'm flanking the house. I'm definitely doing
your dexterity
trying to be
stealth
quiet.
rolls. Your dexterity stealth rolls if needed. If you do not mind that if you get seen or not, then do not worry about making a roll right now.
Nope, Fen's not great with social grace in general. And if anyone sees him, they don't see the other people.
Okay.
I sneak into the side yard, and I rolled a 14. I want to be underneath the window that was kind of mentioned, is my idea.
Yeah, that's my preferred point of ingress, and I have a total of a 20 on a dexterity stealth check.
I don't even know where Tessera is.
So
she does that thing where she just sort of disappears into the shadows and
like Batman,
and occasionally touches base mentally. Yeah,
I feel like Commissioner Gordon and Batman just disappeared.
Yep.
So, go ahead. Everybody, give me perception test. Obviously, if you want to use a specific focus here. Let me know, but just so you can get a layout of what's happening around you.
So I kind of want to. I'm hopefully using my searching to try and see if I can find anything, maybe in the yard or in bushes outside of the house. Maybe there's something that's been stashed. But I got a 15 for that.
15. Okay. You notice that where this window is that Tessera is making her way into. That you see that there is a trellis, and that the trellis is, which is probably being made use of by Tessera right now.
Yeah.
That you see that there are a couple of worn places within the terrace that definitely look like they have been climbed upon recently, or consistently. I shouldn't say recently, but with some regularity.
I will try. I mean, I don't know where Tessera really is, but I would probably be like, psst, this has been climbed in recently.
Oh, go. Okay.
So yeah, let me make sure it's not recently as it just happened, but I meant
like within a few days, probably.
Routinely.
Yeah, like just regularly.
Yeah.
It's
like there's some dirt where they're clearly putting their dirty feet.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Good to know. And yeah, I will scamper up that trellis and attempt to get the window shutter open.
Yeah. So for the trellis jumping, let's do I think that's more of a dexterity situation. Actually, there's a climbing. I'd say strength climbing if you have climbing.
All right. Well, I don't have much in the way of strength, but that's still a 12 total.
Okay. So it's a little bit it's pretty
a little
steep
shaky
going up a wall. Right. There weren't a lot of surfaces for you to kind of parkour up into the window.
Ooh, it looks like it's gonna break. No.
But now that you see that that's a climbable trellis, you kind of have to do that cat thing of like you kind of got your claws in and you're just trying to like scooch your way up as much as possible. Awesome. Sometimes you're like getting all your body up on a rung and kind of perching there for a second, and then when you regain your strength, you claw your way back up and you kind of lift yourself up to the window. It should not need much. It's I guess yeah. So you actually get to the window and it's shuttered from the inside, so you can't. And I assume that with your sort of your cat-like appendages, like you might need somebody to open that for you if you're to get inside of that window. Fen, did you make a perception check?
I didn't, because I have a question for you.
Yes.
I am known for what I call rolling for bullshit. So I'd like to attempt that here.
Okay.
So, psychic contact is an interesting ability.
Yes.
It says that if the subject is unwilling or has a psychic shield in place, I would have to make a test to overcome that.
Yeah.
I don't want to psychically actually communicate with anybody. But I would like to just reach out to the house, like to the people in the house, because there's several people in there, right? And I just want to like poke and see if anyone has a psychic shield. I'm assuming everyone's asleep, so they're neither willing or unwilling, but I want to know if they have an active psychic shield. Is that a thing I can make up right now on the spot?
Penetrate their dreams.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Joseph? Is that
yeah, so normally because psychic contact works on familiarity,
yes.
Whether or not you can see them or not, you kind of it's best to know. So if you can't see them and you don't know them, there's not really much you can do. However, you can use the Sense Arcana ability of your second sight in order to detect if anyone has active arcana, including passive things like psychic shields or wards that are up or anything like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Then I would like to do that.
And then go for it. That's
second sight is a perception ability for me.
Yeah.
Perception, psychic or visionary. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Bad. I did not pass the target number. I rolled a 9 with 1 stunt point.
Okay. Yeah, it's not enough. And you just continue to. You're sort of like now you're leaning even more into the door, just as you're trying. Almost like you're trying to get like that phone signal thing where you're trying to like put it in the right thing, but with your head.
Absolutely.
Kind of like maybe no. Am I getting no? Wait a minute. Am I here? Is it here? No. So it's
Fen also isn't very familiar with OSHA regulations that doors swing inward.
Either way, it is at this point, Fen, that you realize that you, with your brazen walking up to the front door and leaning on top of it, you have alerted something inside as you hear light something approaching the door. But anyway, what have we decided to do about this window?
Well, so how securely set up? Like it sounds like I am SOL without thumbs up here.
I would think that I think that that's probably going to be the case, unless you want to try to make some kind of like pretty difficult test in order to get past that, just using what you know your own abilities as a cat.
Well,
I think it's going to be harder for you than it would be for, say, somebody else. So.
Totally. Yeah. No, well, let's.
So like this would be like a dexterity.
I know what I was thinking. A dex check of some kind.
Yeah.
Try to see if I can do the cat batting up under the edge of things, smacking the door a little, knocking it aside, probably making a little bit of noise. Honestly, actually, yes. I'll see if I can get it open, but if not, I'm actually going to be really deliberate about making noise with it.
Okay. And if you have, I would say that you can use either lock picking or traps if you have those focuses.
I do not, sadly.
Okay.
How funny would that be, though? Imagine a cat, like the shink, one claw comes out, and you're just...
Like Catwoman's pet cats, yeah.
All right. So including my dex bonus, that is a 13. So I suspect I'm more batting at it making noise.
Yeah, no, it's just like
it's pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, just like batting.
And then I'm actually going to remain hidden, hoping that somebody comes to investigate.
So, okay, excellent. Fen, at this point, you hear whatever was making its like light little approach towards you is now making a much more noticeable approach away and upstairs. And
So Sarah, stop making all that noise.
And it's at this point
I know what I'm doing, and then I curl up in a shadow.
Go ahead and make another stealth check. And while that's happening, this is at the point where you realize that the light walking towards you, Fen, must have been a dog, or some sort of canine, and that is now barking upstairs.
Sarah's worst enemy.
that is barking upstairs.
That's a 19.
The barking right at the window, and you feel that you have really put yourself amongst the greenery of the trellis.
The true villain of the game, dogs.
So it's at this point that you hear a dog barking and pawing and scratching at this window. It must be able to reach it, so it must be a pretty big dog.
Right.
And it's at this point, Fen, since you're the one that's like at the like house proper, and you're at the door, Fen, you would probably be able to hear pretty quickly like stirring on the inside and people being like, "What is that?" And like sort of muffled, and they begin to approach. You hear everybody's beginning to like converge.
All right, yeah.
Upstairs.
There's a bunch of people waking up.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, especially with the stupid dog.
Well,
Sarah has some very distinct psychic things to say about a dog.
Go ahead and make a perception check. I mean, it might not be like the whole household. You go ahead and make a perception check. If you'd like to make a perception check to figure out how many people you're actually dealing with, you can go. You can do that.
Do I see lights turning on in the house? Like lanterns or something being lit?
Candles are being lit.
I run behind like their barn or something right away, knowing that we haven't got in yet.
Yeah, I mean, you've been staying stealth for most of this time, so I'm just going to let that continue.
Okay.
The pretty good stealth that you had. So, if anybody wants to do any kind of perception to figure out how many people are actually in there, you may.
Yeah, 15.
15. Yeah, you can tell that it's only so it's the dog, and then there's only like 2 other people inside that are responding to this. There are people that are up, but the only people that have come to converge upon the window are yeah.
It's probably people showing up being like, "Shut up, you stupid dog!
Yes,
You're barking in the middle of the night. You're gonna wake everybody up."
Exactly.
All right, I'll hang around and see what sort of response we get at the window. So my goal is, if they open the window in order to take a look outside, or just to double check or whatever, I'm actually going to probably from below push some of the trellis vine work in between the shutter and the windowsill.
Yeah.
So that once they've sort of closed it back up and dragged the dog off or whatever, I could then pull on that vine work to pull the shutters open.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. So this is what happens. So you hear there's the barking and the scratching, and initially you hear some voices, and they say, "Ruprecht, what are you doing? Calm down, dog. This is why we leave the dog outside." And he says, "Well, take it outside then. If you want him outside. All right.
Oh, I send a quick mental message to the others. That dog is about to be outside. Y'all may not want to be there.
I jump the fence.
Could you please just to check what it is? He must have seen something. Oh, it's just probably one of those cats of some sort. Sorry, not cat, but probably some bird that's nesting in the window." He opens the shutter. I'm gonna let this person who's opened up the shutter is going to make a check. Does not see you. I'm just going to say that because the action that you were describing is simple enough that because you weren't seen, you can go ahead and push that that vegetation into the window frame, if you like, and that happens unseen. Nobody stops you. The person's waiting there for some time, doesn't see you, closes it again, but you can tell it doesn't quite close the way it should.
Sure.
And he begins to take the dog outside, and is going downstairs. Kind of, you can tell is holding the dog by some kind of lead, trying to struggling with it as it's scraping against the wood.
That poor dog. It's upstairs. What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. It does not want. Yeah. So, Astaroth, you said that you went ahead and left. You left. You hopped the fence. You're not on the estate grounds anymore.
Juice.
Yeah, I would probably be just hanging out behind like I said, the barn on the south part there, or
Okay.
whatever that is, that building. But I would probably just be watching. If he told me the dog was coming, which he did say, I'd
Yes.
probably jump the fence right there so that the dog couldn't get to me if it did notice me. But I
Okay.
still want to be able to see what Tessera's doing.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, if you're trying to get off the estate, it'll be a little bit away, but you can go ahead and hop the fence, but still have eyes on the window at
Okay.
least.
Cool.
Um,
Also, knowing that someone is bringing the dog outside, I would probably be curious when or if I see this kid. I'm assuming it's one of the kids. I would probably be trying to see if they were of a similar age to Korith. because maybe that is the person we're looking for.
Okay. So, Fen,
Yes.
what do you do when you hear about this? This psychic alert that dog incoming.
Fenn's a smart boy.
Yeah.
In a unique way. So the dog was coming close to the door and then turned around and went upstairs.
Yeah.
So Fen is gonna do some quick math and figure out about how long that took. And when Tessera says the dog's coming out, he's gonna assume it's coming out the front door and apply that math. So like, oh, it took, a minute to get down here. And he's going to time it so that as the dog and owner are getting towards the door, he'll be sitting here like this, ready to knock on the door as they like come to the front foyer.
I would love to turn that into something.
An intelligence roll, mathematics, I guess.
Intelligence. I mean,
Do you have mathematics on your sheet?
I don't.
No,
I
there's
was
no
gonna say that's
mathematics.
hilarious.
in Blue Rose. I think what I will.
Evaluation? No.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, not really, according to what it says it does.
Oh yes, I see. But yeah, I would say in intelligence, and if there is any kind of focus there that you think you can make the argument for, you are more than I'm more than happy to let you do that.
Ironically, all my focuses are in communication.
Yeah, but actually that would work. Make an intelligence check with one of your communication focuses. Especially if you have performance.
I don't. I have persuasion and etiquette.
Oh, actually, for the hell of it, because you're knocking on the door,
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and let you make an either a communication or intelligence etiquette test.
Okay. So intelligence etiquette would be a 15 total.
Okay. You as the dog is about to come out, the door opens. You go right at the right moment to start knocking on the door. You see that there is a man in a nightshirt, of an advanced age, kind of corpulent, and
Hell of a descriptor.
and
Never heard that before.
and pretty like bushy beard, kind of wild-eyed as he's seeing you, a little panicked, and you see this like pretty large like hound dog on a rope lead that's been hastily put on him, and all at once the guy's like trying to hold this thing back from you as the dog is startled and because just it's a lot happening at this moment. There's a bunch of noise happening now out front, and so from your perspective, Juce, you don't see anything come out. You just all of a sudden start to hear just like a bunch of barking and noise coming from the front.
Fen hasn't communicated anything to me,
No.
correct?
No, not at all.
I think something's wrong, so I'll probably start going along the outside of the property line and working my way towards the front.
Fenn's being murdered.
Yeah. I'll move hastily, but not run. I'll like walk fast, like, oh crap.
So Sarah, as all this
Act
action is now converging towards the front of the house, you can easily open up that window now and get inside if you wish.
Excellent. Yes, I would like to do that. Slip in through the window, kind of keep it open behind me, and then move over to where Korith said Vezin shared a room with. I will basically nose around, and I'm going to keep to the shadows, keep velvet pod in terms of taking steps and basically trying to keep out of sight.
All right, one more stealth check for me then.
Well, that's not my best roll ever. 10, that's still a 15.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, my Dex plus Stealth bonus is 5.
5. Yeah.
If there is a thing that Tessera does, that's it.
Right.
Yeah. So, you seem to go about unimpeded. Actually, you see that at this sort of at the end of this hallway, you see a lady, a middle-aged woman, in very conservative night clothes, and who is sort of yawning and very tired, and there's like a moment where you get a little bit surprised by her like returning into the corridor, and you just kind of like follow her footsteps a little bit, so you're always right behind her.
Totally.
She's kind of like looking around this hall. She has a sense that she has a sense of you, but she doesn't know what you are, or that really if she can trust her senses. So
Right.
she then goes into a different room and closes the door behind her,
Okay.
which then gives you free access. And you go to the door that you think would be the one that Korath supplied.
Okay.
And you are pleased to see that the door is cracked.
Excellent. As I sort of push it open slightly and creep inside, I would like to use my second sight arcanum to sense arcana. I just want to kind of take the mystical lay of the land here, as it were.
Go for it.
So that's 14.
Okay. The 14, there is definitely the lick of something here. It's more along it is passive. It is the sort of passive magical sense you get from being around arcane individuals. But there is a disturbance there, and there is a sort of it's volatile. So you know that there is not an active spell happening in this room, but there is a very tumultuous, turbulent source of energy in this room, and you can probably locate it very easily.
Uncontrolled potential.
Yeah.
Then I will nose about until I find the source of it, and see if the description of whoever it is I'm looking at matches Korath's description of Ezen.
So you go first into these sort of like there's three separate beds, and you're kind of going through each of them, and you're realizing that there's actually nobody in those other two beds, and then you kind of come to this final bed, and you see that there's actually like lots of like that there's a bowl full of water, rags, a lot of rags about, a couple of chairs that have been set next to the bed, and you see Vezin, a boy of about 16 years of age. He is very slight, and he is in like the full throes of like fever.
Oh. Is there anyone seated in the chairs?
No, not.
But like during the day, people have been probably
yes, he is being cared for. Right now, there is nobody attending him, but maybe somebody has been tonight. You would have to see. You have to do some more investigation or perception to see if.
Yeah, I would like to sniff around, and I'd also like to see if I can ascertain if this is some kind of like psychic or magical illness versus something physical.
Yeah, I'd love to give you as much as I can of this into one roll. So, I would I would totally allow an intelligence check with, arcane or even, natural lore in terms of like the healing aspect of it. So we work at the height of your intelligence here, whatever you've got.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. So that is, well, my int is not the best. So that's a 12, 13. But if that's successful, that's 6 stunt points.
That is successful. Go ahead and use those as you see fit.
Awesome. Focus, you don't have the so I would like to use 4 of my I would like to use 4 of my stunt points for resources at hand.
Yep.
To give myself the medicine the medicine focus.
Yeah.
Basically I start sniffing around and smelling at, animals can actually smell illness and that sort of thing. So I'm going to kind of twist that little stunt to reflect that aspect of things.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to use the last 2 for efficient search in order to make it a really quick search, figure out what's going on, and that way I can let Fen and Aster know what's going on.
Okay. So in terms of the first part of the stunts you use, that does not need any sort of other additional check, correct? You're just
no.
Okay.
No, it basically kind of retroactively gives me 2 more points to my results, basically.
Okay, excellent. Right. So I will say that your results tells you that he's being treated medically.
Okay.
That he is that they are doing the standard thing that any household would do with the proper resources to take care of somebody with fever.
Sure.
You can also see that a lot of the accoutrement around him are additional bowls and things like that, and that he's actually being fed quite a bit. And there's but there's no sense of him nothing is coming up, nothing's being emitted. It's just that he's being fed quite a lot. And he is, to your knowledge, though he is being treated for something physical, there is something with your sense of his magical signature. You think that what is happening is perhaps a result, a side effect, a symptom of the internal magical issue that is happening inside of this young man.
Right. All right. So immediately, she will contact Aster and Fen and say, the boy is here. There's no one else in his room. He's clearly ill and has been for at least a day, possibly more. It actually appears that he is eating a lot, even for a boy of his age. He has eaten a lot. The dark fiend that we fought was aligned with gluttony. And I would not be surprised to find that that corruption has taken hold of him. They're attempting to medically treat him for something that I believe may very well be the symptoms of correct. I certainly don't have the expertise to do anything about this. I don't know that any of us do, but we should probably get him into the hands of someone who does.
Okay. What should we do? Should we take the boy in now? Should we say we got word that a boy is sick and we are here to take him for help?
Cut to, while this is all, while you
We're like,
cut to Fen there is this guy is startled, and you know him. I mean, like, this is a small town, so you know, because you've been here for several months, that this is the patriarch of the Bazista family. This is sorry. Vozar, Vozar, Vozar Bazista. Sometimes goes by just Vo or Vos. And he sees you, and you can either start, or you kind of got because you have the job on him. You can say something, or you can wait for him to say something.
Yeah, he knocks the door opens as the barking. And, greetings. I apologize for the late interruption.
Yes, this is very late.
Oh, didn't realize you would talk over me. I am a representative from the school. As you may know, we are canvassing the town because there was a recent incident, and I received.
Is there another attack? Has there been something else that has happened? Another one of the dreadful, terrible things that comes from. Well, who knows what you're doing up there?
We don't control that, but I appreciate your concern. I was told there was a strange. Somebody saw something in your yard. I wasn't sure if it was an animal or a person, so I figured I would come and make sure that everyone is safe, doing my due diligence as those set to defend the town. Is everything okay here?
Go ahead and make a deception for me.
Cool.
Communication, a communication test. If you have deception, please.
I don't. Let's see here. Communication, straight up. 11.
Okay. He says, this is highly inappropriate, and I thank you for coming by, but good night.
Good night.
I am letting this dog out now. I suggest that you go. He's going to watch you go beyond the fence so that I can release the dog without it tearing you asunder.
Good night. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. And if anything should arise, please alert the school at your earliest convenience. And he, nods his head and leaves.
He's going to watch to make sure that you go.
Mm-hmm. He does. He does leave the fence line.
And
I would assume as soon as Fen comes around the fence line, I'm walking so fast, I just plow right into him.
Ow.
Jeez.
The dog is released.
There's a dog coming.
And the dog goes straight for the fence. Just and it's just up on top of just kind of, looking at you above the hedges, trying to make leaps, trying to even paw and dig through the roots to kind of.
Maybe we should stay here until Tessera gets out and clear of the house.
Tessera, there's a dog.
Yes, there is.
I have it distracted.
Oh, good.
Sarah, you hear footsteps coming upstairs, and bypassing the room that that the wife came from, and that you think that you hear footsteps approaching your
heading this way.
This room.
I'll slip under the bed.
You're stuck all night.
So go ahead and make a stealth for me.
Oh no!
Your tail is hanging out.
What was it?
The chickens have come to roost.
Yes, they have. Yes, it is an 8, in fact. Because I just rolled 3 ones. Sadly, you only generate stunt points if the roll is successful.
I know.
So I'm literally that cat that is hiding with its tail hanging out.
Yes.
Out from under the bed.
It's flittering.
And
around
But
the
yeah,
side of
without
the
still
realizing it-
flicking.
without realizing it, because he's not looking for anybody really actively, but without realizing it, he steps fully on your tail. And I don't think that you have the wherewithal to.
No.
Yes. So
Yeah.
there is a screech, a terrible sound that comes from the bed. This causes him to be frightened. He looks, I don't know if you spring from under the bed.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You spring from out under the bed. He sees this rye cat, and he's he is and you see at this point he immediately throws himself over his son.
Gotcha.
And he says, "You will not come for him, devil."
Sir.
You
please control yourself.
shadow thing, be back. Be back, you exarchic monstrosity.
I'm very afraid that your son, I assume this is your son. I'm very afraid that your son's illness is not a cause of anything physical. And so while all of these lovely expensive medicaments are an excellent thought, the fact is he is currently struggling with his own arcane potential, and that is what's making him sick. I highly advise that you bring him up to the school immediately.
So we're really trying to diffuse the situation here. So it's definitely
Yes.
a communication test,
Alright.
and it's definitely some kind of persuasion
No worries.
situation. Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness. Because I don't need any more treacherous dice tonight. 13, 16 total.
Okay.
And mostly my goal is to just fast talk him and just like keep him like rocked back on his heels, and like hurriedly try and get him to agree.
Right. He says it's at this point that he sort of calms down, and he takes the candle that he had. He has this like candlestick. He
Yeah.
kind of brings closer now that he sees, and he kind of puts it up to him, and he says, "Oh, what's going on? I recognize you. Yes, you're from the school." And
Yes.
I
I like lick a paw and remove some dust bunnies from between my ears, sort of a thing, and say, "I'm very sorry for creeping about, but I couldn't be sure what it was I was sensing."
I take it that the young Vata below is with you as well.
Oh yes.
Do you make it a habit to break into people's houses, or only Jarzoni?
Well, no, it's really only people who have strange mystical emanations that could be causing a threat to other people coming from the interior of their homes. Which currently is you, so it's just you. Now, do we wish to do something about saving the life of your son, or do you wish to drop more pithy Jarzoni nonsense?
It's at
Because
this,
I'd prefer the first, but I can do the last all night.
yeah. So it's at this point that you see that his wife has now come in, startled by the sound, looks at you. He looks at her and he says, "They are too young." He says, he actually looks, he says, "There's one." We're trying to confirm the number of you that are around. There's
Oh, there are two of my compatriots are outside.
two members of the college are outside. If you would, wife, go and bring them in. Yes, husband. And
Thank you, madam.
we cut to, you are all gathered in this bedroom.
Okay.
And
I'm nervous. Like when I get in here, like Astaroth is completely nervous because I'm like, oh shoot, Sarah got caught.
Busted.
Like I am going to get kicked out of school.
You are all brought in here.
We're
You know
fired
the
before we're
doors
hired.
closed behind you with you, the parents, and the unconscious young Vezin with you. You can tell that the other children in the house and anybody else who is in here are kind of lurking around outside in the corridor to try to understand what's going on, because now the whole house is just like aware of what's happening, but you are inside, and they are ready to at least treat with you. They say, so Vaz starts and he says, "Oh, all right, from what I understand, before we brought you in, that you sensed something."
Yes.
What do you sense?
Well, I sense. I'm not entirely certain. That is to say, your son is definitely experiencing something arcane that is causing him a great deal of turmoil, up to and including the illness that he's experiencing. But as you note, we're from the school. I don't have the experience to properly say, which is why I'm suggesting we get him to the school.
Didn't you say a glutton fiend?
He is.
She looks at Aster, deadpan, like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, even more so than a regular cat can, which is like a lot.
Oh.
Right.
Which, so
I just say shit.
Yeah, the only other time you saw Fen express emotion was with the pretty girl, and he just looks at you, and if looks could punch, it punches.
So at this point, Deneth, Deneth, the wife, Mrs. Bazista, Deneth looks at what's happening here and says, "What are you saying? That there is that creature, this being of shadow, this servitor of the Exarchs, is coming for him? You do not. Our son. If you are saying that the sickness that is happening to our son has anything to do with sorcery and magic, we would gladly leave it in the hands of Mother Asantia before we ever entrusted it to you."
Well, not to put too fine a point on it, but, and then Tessera very deliberately looks around one corner, around the other, and says, "We are here. Mother Osentia is not. It is not within her gifts, clearly, to detect that this is going on. The same cannot be said for those of us from the university. May I please suggest that you find a way to set aside whatever preconceived notions you have and do what is best for your son."
Wouldn't it be bad if the Jarzoni also all knew that he was sick? I mean, we should do this right now in the middle of the night before all the other Jarzoni know, right?
Go ahead and make a communication test.
Ooh,
there,
nice.
Asteroth. If you have the
I have persuasion.
Exactly. If you have the strength focus of intimidation, you can use it here with a communication test. You can go ahead and use persuasion.
Okay. I got a 16 with 5 stunt points.
Okay, you can spend those as however you like. You see that they get very nervous and they begin to look at each other. These words seem to hit true. And now if you want to exploit that any other way, you may.
I'm going to use stunned silence. I am so impressive that I leave all those who witness my display completely dumbfounded and unable to speak for at least a full round. And I also want to sway the crowd.
Okay.
Interpersonal efforts are so effective that they spill over onto others in the area. So even the children in the hallway are probably like, yeah, that's a good point.
Well, what happens is, they are dumbfounded for a second, and then they begin to build up a reason to retort, and the father, he gets sort of, you've put him in a bad situation, and this is a man who is very used to having control, and things are very quickly and like steeply falling out of his control right now. And so he is purple in the face, and he kind of looks to you and he says, "You all claim to know our son better than we." And then what happens is that there is a tug at his long shirt, and you see, kind of coming out of the fevered haze, you see Vexen trying to mollify his father. You don't think that they've seen him conscious for a bit, and this causes them to react with a lot of joy and stunned care, and you can tell that they love their son.
Yeah.
He says to them, "Please, I just want it to be gone. Please, please, I want to help. Please, if they will help, please don't let them go, please." And he is scared, and he's trying to, there's moments where he's trying to like make a salient point, or trying to like convince them, but really what gives way is just like a fear and a this fevered persistence. The mother, Deneth, says, "Okay, what do we need to do? Where do we need to go?"
All right, we should get him. We should probably get him to the college as soon as we can.
Maybe get him in a cart.
Yeah.
Okay. So arrangements are made that night to get the young man into a cart.
And as we do all of this, Tessera is going to say, "Astaroth, did you just weaponize Jarzoni's shame?"
We gotta help the kid.
I don't know whether to be appalled or deeply impressed, but we're certainly going to talk more about that after all this is over.
I had to redeem myself. I realized I wasn't supposed to say the one thing, and then I wasn't thinking, and I just blurted out the next thing. And
you did perfectly. That was exactly what was needed.
Okay.
I don't think it actually redeemed you, but it got the job done.
So,
and that's what matters, Fen.
You bring him to the college that night as a strange, somewhat out of place, but entirely plausible cart that is covered, hiding all of you, and the young man makes the short trip over to the college, where you all feel confident knowing that once there, the combined knowledge of those at the college far campus will be able to help him with what's going on with him right now. Okay.
Awesome.
Let's take a break, and then
right.
and then I think we'll go into like the final push.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
All right, be right back. Thank you guys for watching, and check out our links in the description while we're gone. All right, we are back. Hopefully you guys had some fun checking out the links, and let's get going. Aaron, take it away.
So, that night you go to bed, knowing that that Vezin is in the best possible care of the people who can do him the best good, the most good. So you can go to bed feeling pretty comfortable at night, knowing that you can rest well. And there's not much more for you to do that evening, unless there is something that you want to have done that night. Let me know.
Are his parents sitting up with him?
They are with you. Yes. In fact, the whole family has been secreted over here.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's quite a large clan of Bazistas roaming the halls.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to contact Korith. Using psychic contact. And I will say, we have found him. He is somewhat stricken by what he has experienced, but he is in the care of the university now, with his parents' knowledge. They are there with him as well, and we are doing everything that we can to be sure that he is okay. And if we get a moment and his parents are taken off to speak to school officials, if you would like perhaps to pop in and visit him for a few moments, I would be happy to help scheme and make that happen.
The psychic response, because you can get a response,
Yeah.
correct?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So there was the psychic response that you receive is along the lines of, right now Vezin needs what can make him feel better.
That's
I cannot do that for him. I would only make it worse.
actually why I extended the invitation. But why don't we leave that for him to decide when he is conscious again, and in the meantime, you should probably get some sleep. All right, and then I'll drop connection.
Okay. So, unless anything else happens that night, it is the next day. Quite a bit has happened during the night. We can say that every member of your cohort, especially those who are in your program, those who are here studying to be Sovereign's finest potentials, that you all make a habit of meeting in the sort of great hall for breakfast and to sort of debrief and figure out what you need to do from here. I assume that you relate the rest of your everything that you kind of went through yesterday to everybody that's there. You give them a full debrief of what you've heard, seen, done. Unless you don't want to, then that's fine.
I think we probably should let them know what's going on, but I would like to try and keep some degree of privacy
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
for the family.
Yeah. Well, because the whole area is like a powder keg of distrust.
Right. And so I guess basically it will be, a first first sovereign's finest, keeping secrets test kind of a thing. Like, listen, the finest are often required to know things and not spill them. So this is probably going to be our first test. But I do feel like the rest of our cohort who is helping us look for the source of this does need to know. Like, we're not going to not tell them.
Like
what
Shayna,
to do.
we would probably tell
Right.
her, but I wouldn't tell other fellow like equals.
Right.
Right. So yeah, well, Shayneth is not around currently.
Yeah,
So that's but yes, there are those around you that you might trust. They're not going to really. People tend to not question the things that you don't go too deep into. They suspect that you know more, but they figure that if it was really important, then you would tell them. They then people kind of share what they've learned. So one second. So your fellow student by the name of Yanara, the night person, sort of star pupil
Who's amazing with the sword.
amazing with a sword. Yeah,
The one I stabbed with the foot.
the one that you stabbed
Yeah.
in the foot.
When you stabbed in the foot, the one I admire her sword skills.
Yes.
Parry this.
She reports that she says that, well, they report that, well, it seems that the things went about as well as we had hoped. The Aldeans in the town proper, the Point Crucians, they were very receptive to our protections and patrolling. We did have some issue with the Jarzoni. The Kurnish did not seem, if they had any issues, they would not feel comfortable in letting us know, but they allowed us to keep patrols throughout the night, and nothing seems to have stirred. Benjamil steps forward and says, but many of us are recognizing a growing presence from upon the top of the ruins, where that gate is, or where that arch is, and there is a suspicion that it is probably some sort of gate, though it does not look like one. And there is those of us who are more psychically attuned. Many people did report some sort of sensation of something.
Is there anything we can do to stop that if it is a gate?
We would need to. There are several options, and Sarai, one of your fellow students, steps forward and says, "What we believe must happen is, well, one, if we can get far more talented adepts here in order to deal with the corruption, and to we could potentially do that. None of us as individuals would be able to do much, as we are all still learning, but towards the end of our learning. But perhaps if we all confronted it together, we could maybe do that. There is the possibility And Sarai looks to Kari, the rector of this place, the person who's more in charge of the academic side of things. So is this Rye Raven who stands upon this other woman's shoulder, and the Rye Raven says, "Well, so we have come across some texts on the cleansing of this space, and perhaps what we might be able to do. The thing is that we don't quite know everything there is to know, but if we wanted to act quickly, we can begin to provoke the gate. At which point, we might cause something to come out from the other side, but we would need people to, if we had enough people here to perhaps fight against whatever came out, giving us time to cleanse and to deal with the energies radiating from the source. We could perhaps do that. It's something that we might come across soon.
Only one thing, right? It would be only one thing coming through, right?
We hope.
You hope.
If we cannot contain it soon, and if we do not know, if we do not perform what workings we need to perform well enough, then perhaps it might last longer. We might activate it longer than we need to. But if we can get it done quickly, then yes.
So the like doubting little like cynical face that Kermit the Frog makes sometimes. That is mentally what I am sending to Fen right now. Like, this is a terrible idea.
Fen speaks up. He says, I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak out of turn, but you do recall that two corrupted beings, or a corrupted being attacked the farm, and it took the three of us and a fully established and trained sovereign to take it down. And we, as of us telling you this morning and our discovery last night, we do believe that the entity beyond the gate, for that is what it is, was able to come through and make contact and manifest inside a child. And you wish to provoke it and assail it with college graduates?
More like attendees.
It
You're getting ahead of yourself,
Point
Ben.
of order, we haven't graduated yet.
It was simply one option.
It was terrible.
Ben!
It would Yanora, they step forward and they say, well, the one point of that being that it would ensure that the thing is no longer a source for a worry.
That is what you hope it would do. If the college attendees, and he like nods to Astroth, didn't defeat it, then we would have just opened a gate and provoked.
The other thing that we need to think about then, says I believe Emiliana, another one of your fellow students. Emiliana says, well, the other option is, well, the reality is that we do have time to perhaps look in on the young Bazista boy and make sure that he is led through the corruption. We also know that We also know that contact has been made for aid in this from our betters, and who knows when Shineth is going to be back to help us as well. This is living with this ever-growing presence, and this threat is going to be a reality for this community for some time until we get help, unless we try to do something about it ourselves. So if that is the case, that we are going to be living with this thing for some time, we must get the community to agree upon a plan of action together.
How many students are there, by the way?
I gave it a number a while ago. I think it's in the 20s, and some of that, and there might be other people that might include, and there might be other people who are students who are not Sovereign's Finest candidates.
Gotcha.
There are other people here who are kind of just mainly here just to research those ruins, and maybe have some like more of an adept background.
I turned to Fen and to Sarah, and because I know that they don't like this idea, and I'm not necessarily in favor of it, but I do speak up and I say, well, I mean, at least if we provoke it, it's on our terms. Whereas if we don't provoke it, it might come through without us suspecting and catch us off guard before Shaneth and help come back.
Well, you're very likely right. And then she'll speak. She'll use her mind voice, just sort of broadly, so everyone can hear. And she will say, "Well, so if we do provoke it, is this provocation likely to release the boy from its grip?"
Kari looks around at some of the other. This is actually mainly something that you think was an idea put forward by these non-Sovereign's Finest students that are more like the nerdy, adepty, like researchers who have been like going through tomes and are like, we can try this. They kind of look at each other and they say, and he says, Kari says, well, we think so. If we can eliminate the, at least we can stop the current hold so that we can begin the process of adequately addressing corruption without the fear of further influence. Beyond that, then we might have to transport the young man far away from this site, and where he would not have the same care as he might have here in the school.
As much as I hate to say it, if we don't do this, what does it look like? We sit around and wait for others to show up. In the meantime, if we do move him away from here, that will be taking this Dark Fiend's favorite toy away from it, and we can bet it will reach out to someone else who is vulnerable in some way.
I would Sarai steps up, this sort of brown-haired student, very officious, very exacting and detailed, and is kind of going over some notes and reports and says, there is one other thing that we found out from talking to the town. The only other news that we have, there's been no sightings of Shaneth in the surrounding areas. We've heard this from travelers that came in yesterday. But there are sites of mysterious travelers out on the road that people have been avoiding and who have been rather furtive. There has been no reason to suspect that there is any provocation, but there are strangers out there currently. So Yanora says, we have to think that if we have to assure the safety of this young man, if we take him away from here, but to not do anything, to not provoke the problem, could still be what that would look like is us trying to gather together the disparate elements that make up this community to come to some sort of consensus about how we operate until help arrives.
What a graduation it would be if we had met this thing head on and won them, guys.
You've already left one with your lives. And you had a very, as you said, there was I think all of us are willing to put our lives on the line for this.
We wouldn't be here if we weren't.
But it is possible that such loss of life may not be necessary, Einor says.
Tessera looks around, and it's just college folk here currently, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, it's entirely possible that we may have already seen this corruptive influence elsewhere in this community. I mean, the degrees of, I mean, it's easy enough for myself, I will say, as an Alden, to assume that the xenophobia and recalcitrance and prejudice that has been on display by some folk here are just sort of cultural, when it's entirely likely that those could be symptoms of this spiritual contagion that has laid its claws very deeply into that child. I don't know that we would be able to prevent worse corruption if we wait.
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunately, you have a point.
And certainly if what we've seen is just natural and not influenced, then, well, by the gods, there is certainly a lot for the Dark Fiends to work with.
So what's our plan if we try to provoke?
We would need to decide amongst us to allocate our talents. We would need some to deal with whatever comes out in the provocation and dealing with any of those threats. We would also need those who are trying to understand, those, especially those with an adept background, the ability to interface with the energies in order to begin this cleansing. We might also need those with a more experienced touch to offer their acuity and understanding the structure of it as well, because it does not look like most shadow gates that we are familiar with. There is still something strange and hidden about it. If we could try to maybe unlock its secrets. Basically, there would be we would need 3 separate groups to all deal with it at the same time and figure out how many people we are devoting to each effort.
Okay. My talents are great with a bow. Beyond that, I don't think I can do much.
I have interacted with the gate previously, and I understand more than probably most in this room, so I will volunteer for that.
Tessera looks up at Fen with distinct worry.
He always thinks he's so good, doesn't he?
Yes.
I should certainly hope so.
Well, then we should.
You don't think I would bond with someone mediocre, do you?
Oh, of course not, Tessera.
So it seems that all of you, looking at this group, are going to face whatever comes outside of that. Not alone. We would need some input as to how we allocate all of us each effort.
Considering our experience, we've already fought one of these things.
I mean, Ayanara and her friends, who are really great with swords, I mean, clearly would need to protect
Yes,
the adepts, right?
that would be nice.
Yes. So this is what's going to happen. Okay.
If I do recall, your arrows were quite inefficient.
Oh no, they were fantastic. They hit exactly where they were supposed to.
So we have committed to this path. It sounds like we're committing to this path that we're going to just face it head on, and we're going to do what we can. All right. What we're going to say is that of everybody who is has any kind of ability to deal with this, including Sovereign's Finest people, including researchers, including any kind of staff around, that there are. I would say that there are 40 people that can all be part of this.
Mm-hmm.
You need a contingent of people from those 40 people. You need a contingent of people who are going to deal with the fighting, and for all intents and purposes, just it's just a matter of just deciding how the number of bodies you're putting in front of it. You should have enough. We're going to assume that people that you put in there are skilled enough to do something about it. So of the 40, and they don't all have to be doing something either. You can have them be doing other things as well, or just not here. So
Of the four, we definitely need to send some people out to tell the different communities to be aware and to possibly travel down to the beach or something to clear away.
About how many people do you want to put in charge of that?
Maybe just a couple patrols to go to each community quickly.
Okay.
Of maybe 2 or 3 max.
Okay.
So maybe 6 of them, right? Would that be good, guys?
6 people that you are putting into that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't want to be rude to our talking animal friends, but we do have a talking sentient raven person who probably flies faster than any of us can run.
Yes.
And
Good point.
There was also probably your most skilled adept that you have on you is this person. It will probably be needed to. This person is definitely gonna be the one leading the magic that's being done to cleanse this this gate.
Well,
I also
there's
feel
only
like we're not
3 or 4 communities, so maybe you only need to send 4 people tops.
I also feel like we're not storming the gate right this second. We can take 20 minutes, go tell the communities, go to the gate.
Yeah.
Right, and what they do with the information, who cares? If they want to stick around and get themselves slaughtered, or if they want to hide,
we have shit to do right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So there's going to be 3 groups, right? Adepts, combatants, and
experts, or
right, because I'm going to be at range, so I'm not going to be up close. So I'm not like a guard. So you'd have the front line, the adepts, and then the back line, right?
Yeah.
So I would probably say you need at least 16 up front. Another huge chunk is adepts, and then remaining with a bow in the back. Well, still probably in front of the adepts, but yeah.
So you got 16 people fighting with you on the ground, and then you've got how many people in the back, with you?
I would say 16 frontline, sword people. Probably at least at least 14, 16 adepts, and then the last 8 or whatever.
Like
yeah, it
6.
depends on how many adepts we actually have. So
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. So it sounds like you're putting well, just in terms of like what we're prioritizing. It sounds like we're prioritizing like
Protecting the adepts is most important.
protecting.
Frontline.
You're protect. Yeah, you're putting a lot of people in the middle of the combat just to protect the adepts. The adepts are going to do what they're going to do, and there's going to be some people around that are also helping to like research things and figure things out.
Plus, I think Tessera and Fen are in a weird group because I think we're both adepts, but we're both melee.
Tessera is a
I'm an expert. Yeah.
Oh, you're an expert. Then I'm in a weird group because I'm a melee adept.
Yes. This is just I'm using general non-gaming.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're prioritizing protecting adepts. There might be some other people around. Maybe they're more focused on dealing with the community than anything else. Okay. Anything you want to do before everyone's going to begin the process of doing that, and making sure that everything is set. If you agree on
I'm
this
just
plan.
making sure I got enough arrows. That's it. And I'll probably get my horse, and I will mount my horse in preparation for this as well.
Okay.
While all of this is going on, while the preparations are being made, I would like to speak to Master Bazitsa.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to ask him. No, sorry, never mind. Disregard.
Okay. So yeah, you see that a lot of your companions are getting ready to fight. You see that a lot of these people that you have been going to school with for many years are getting into full battle regalia, and you can see that there are some people that are scared, though it does not stop any of them from fulfilling their duty. There are people that are showing affection for each other. And it's at this point that I have lost a very important name, and that is the name of the person that
Which person? I might have it
this
written
is
down.
the person that you're taking to the dance.
Oh, Isabella de Calvio.
Yes, Isabella de Calvio. Okay. Isabella comes up to you. And Fen, and you can tell that she is very, very frightened. But she is trying to put on a good face, a brave face.
I think Fen was like absent-mindedly like petting to Sarah, and then does that thing where like you get distracted and your hand is there, so it just stops and his hand's just on to Sarah because he forgot that he was petting her when Isabella walked over, and he just stands there and does that fish mouth like he wants to say something,
Right.
but nothing comes out of his mouth at first. And then he says, so.
Hi.
Right?
You've
And
already...
he vaguely points to the gate.
This
This is
you've,
like a dance.
Oh yes, yes.
Fen, you're not smooth.
Uh, you fought one before, right?
Yes. With
Just
my
one.
hands.
Just one.
I actually hit it.
Do you think we're gonna be okay?
Yes. It is a very obvious lie. Fen is not good with deception. Yes, we'll be fine. We have a plan.
She sees that you're lying, and she says, "You know, it's okay if you're scared, because there's a lot of people who are telling me they're very scared."
I am less scared about this than I have been before about other things. So, in a spectrum, I'm okay. We have a plan. We sort of know what to expect. And if everyone works together, it won't turn out that bad. You can fight with Tessera and I. And he manhandle pats Tessera in awkwardness.
Who looks up at him and then looks at her and is just like, all right.
Go ahead and make a communications roll with persuasion.
God.
I'm surprised Tessera likes being manhandled that way.
11, no stunt points.
Tessera seems like the kind of cat that would walk away mid-pet, like, nope, that's enough.
Frequently. She's when it comes to Fen though, she's definitely the one who is just like, I'm gonna pretend not to notice it in order to preserve both of our dignity.
Tessera is Fen's moral support when he decides to have morals.
Right?
All right. Okay. Here. I would love to fight with you, but I promised Sarai and a couple of others who were really scared that I would be with them. They seem to think I'm brave. Maybe even if I don't believe it about myself yet, maybe those words you told me will help me realize it at some point.
May I communicate with you?
Oh, I thought that's what was happening.
No, I'm sorry. On the battlefield, may I communicate psychically with you?
Of course. And if it helps to find me out there, she gets close to you and she kisses you on the cheek.
Fen, I think he like pushes Tessera, and then he's very rigid, and he says, "That helps," and he walks away, like towards the door, like
Where's
to go
Fen going?
to go to battle.
We're not even ready yet. Like, look at it.
Oh, sorry,
Tessera,
sorry.
Don't let him.
I apologize. But I came here for a reason. Looking at all of you, there are some adepts who are taking care of the young man. But before we were about to go out there, but before we go there, there is a young man who seems to know you and a Kurnish boy from the village.
Korith.
Yeah, Korith. Kari believes that you are the best. It seems to be you seem to be familiar with him. So he asked if he was to go to see the young man that you supervise him before. supervise his visit.
I think that's a good idea. I can help tend to that.
I will also go. Too.
And Astaroth, what are you going to do? Are you going to go with them to make sure this visitation goes okay?
Yeah, I would probably go along with that. Yeah.
All right. Be well, friends. And,
You too.
great work. There is a.
I was kissed.
Yeah, you were kissed. You didn't do the kissing, Fen. You've got to work on that. Don't let her kiss you first.
Great advice.
I was like, first of all, we're not paying attention to the woodsman when it comes to this sort of advice.
So everybody's beginning to like make moves. This is like right at the eve of like making like this big like people are kind of getting like they're filling up. Everyone's like super prepared. They're getting carts ready to bring them up there for this like to respond in any way possible. Every type of magical equipment and everything. So everyone's outside kind of doing that. You're like you're like the only ones that are left in here. There's like a couple of healers over there.
Medical supplies and
You see inside, waiting in the sort of this common area at the entrance. You see Korith, and he is standing there, kind of playing with like a rock, and you think maybe like almost just if it was possible for him to like erode this stone in the amount of time he's been like playing with it and rubbing it and like moving it through his hands, you think he would. So yeah, he sees you and he says, they said someone would help me. I'm glad it was you. Is everything okay? There's a lot of... I heard that something is happening up there today.
It is. We're going to see what we can do. We're going to see what we can do to free Vezin. And I actually think that in order to help bring him back, I think you should probably be beside him.
I don't think I can do it alone. Will you go with me?
Oh yes, I would like to go with you and make sure that everyone knows that you're where you're supposed to be, and in fact are assisting, since up to and including his parents if necessary.
So you approach closer. You see that there's a very large Bazista clan.
Yes.
And
as we get close, Tessera says to Korith, I know until now the love that you felt has been a source of shame. It's been a source of fear. It's been a source of pain. But you have to understand that this love can also be a source of strength. And that's what Vezin needs from you right now. So you're probably going to have to face down some people who will have some ugly things to say. But you need to hold your ground for him. Because he is all that matters right now.
Great. I think what I'm going to do is a sort of like transitive communication roll. Like however well you do on this persuasion roll to like to give him good advice.
Totally.
Will translate in how he does with this family.
Awesome. Yes, because I am absolutely on hand to assist him in any way possible, but I really want the impetus to come from him. So that is a total of a 17 communication check.
Okay. So your words hit true. And he turns and he breaks away from the three of you as you see these confused. Vaz comes up and says, the skills boy, looking towards Deneth. Deneth says, Korith, what are you doing here? You come for repairs. Something the matter. He's like literally like that's the only way he knows.
He has no idea what it could be.
Yeah, he literally is. He's so out of sorts. And Korith, and you see Korith kind of takes the parents aside and talks to them. You don't hear what happens. And there is some furtive and hushed but heavy tones coming from over there. At some point, there's anger, but then you see that Korith kind of like stands a little bit straighter. Deneth takes the rest of the family away. Vaz stays behind and looks at you three with anger.
Mm-hmm.
And says, what I assume that you know about this.
I look at Fen and Tessera, and I just cover my mouth and don't say a word.
What are you referring to?
This. You came to me in a very weak and trying time, and I took many confidences with you about my family, and you fail to bring up this, that you keep this from me.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Why does it matter?
Obviously, you cannot be serious.
I am
You, sir,
deadly serious.
you spoke with us and asked us to keep your confidence. And we did. This boy spoke with us and asked us to keep his confidence.
There are no confidences between a father and his son.
Clearly there are. Perhaps you should speak to your child.
What is
Perhaps
all
you
of
should be
this
more
about?
attentive to your child.
I see now what is happening. You see, you Aldens, you pretend that life is a simple and lackadaisical thing that you can put half efforts into. But when you to live your easy and comfortable and leisurely lives,
What's comfortable about anything we have done?
you let in strange and perverse you entertain strange and perverse ideas, and it corrupts and wears away at the soul.
I would like to point out at this point that you have discovered in the span of the last day that your son is under the terrible, terrible influence of shadowborn corruption. And as we bring now the young man that he loves, whose love could very well help pluck him out of that, and the thing you are most concerned about is that love, what kind of parent are you This is absurd, it is insipid, and it is disgusting. If you cannot maintain healthy decency for the sake of your son, perhaps you should remove yourself from chambers entirely. He needs people who will uphold him, who will strengthen him, not wear him down. If you wonder why you never heard this from his lips, sir, I can assure you, he chose not to tell you, and you should ask yourself why that is. We have important things to do. Figure it out, or take yourself out. And then to Sarah, we'll turn and leave.
You want to listen to her. When her hair stands up like that, it's a problem.
So you see that Korith at this point, so you leave him dumbfounded. Korith is using this to kind of like sneak up into the room. You think that he has permission, but that the father is sort of patrolling all of this, keeping an eye on all this, but has been caught up now in like this, you know, in his confrontation with that he has brought upon you. As Korith breaks your line of vision into the room, there is just at the back of your like sinuses, almost like it's like you just had like a tablespoon of wasabi. But it's happening at a much more metaphysical level, and without any sort of outward prompting, you feel that sharp tingle in the very core of you. You feel it before you see it, and there is like a flash of purple that comes from the room that Korith is in, and you see that that Korith is blown back into the room. There is all of a sudden like streaks of just dark energy kind of like emanating, and you also then hear at the same time a massive panic, and there is something now happening outside, and you also hear the distinctive sound of doors locking. Go ahead, let's do initiative. Let's
Isn't that just persuasion? I can't remember. Or not persuasion, but perception.
No.
Dexterity.
Dexterity. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
dexterity.
Ooh, that's really good.
14.
So, why can't I think? Oh, yeah. That is 15. With doubles, but I don't know if that matters. Initiative.
I think it's fine. We'll move on from that. So what did you get, Joseph?
16.
So we got.
I'm sorry, I had 16 as well. So.
Which of you has the higher?
I have a 2 in Dex.
I have a 3.
Okay, so just keep it this way then. It's to Sarah. And okay. That's the player order. Sarah, Astroth, and Fen. I might break in with a couple other people.
Is there an alarm in the school of some sort, like a bell or?
Yes,
Okay.
there is. So to Sarah, so what you hear right now is everything that I just described to you. All of a sudden, everything becomes suffused with sorcery around you. You can just feel it, and like shadow emanates. There is panic outside as you hear just like wild voices, and you know something might have else happened. There's everything's kind of happening all at once. You then might even, there's almost like also like a feeling of like shifting beneath you, but you're not sure if that's something physical or metaphysical that's happening. Yeah, a lot. It's all happening at once, and it's your turn to figure out what's going on.
Sarah's going to dash off towards that room and see if she can shoulder the doors open to get inside.
Okay, yeah, the doors are open because they were almost blown back by this concussive force. And you see that sitting cross-legged on the bed is Vezin, with and his extremely gaunt and just looks just like it's like being eaten from the inside out. This just extremely gaunt and darkness over him. You see that any of the attendants that were there, any healers are there, have been knocked down as well. They're not dead. They've just been sort of knocked out by what just happened. And he's just kind of sitting there. And there's definitely a pulse of definite like magic around him.
I am probably going to psychically contact Kari and say, I think the entity is here and it is using this boy as a vessel.
I got news for you. The entity's out here too. The shadow gate has gone haywire.
Oh, no.
We're all rushing. We're all rushing to the top of the summit now.
Oh boy!
What the hell is happening in there?
I probably don't respond, but instead quickly honestly give more of a psychic shout in this area.
Yeah.
And to certainly let Aster and Fen know what's going on. And then she's going to kind of, array up in front of this boy's bed and say, well, you appear to be feeling a bit better.
Okay. Asteroth, what are you doing at that same time?
So when you did the psychic shout, did you tell us that the gate was also?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Like, the kid's awake. He looks like he's possessed. The gate is also active. Something is coming through. We're probably the only ones who will be here to deal with this because they're all rushing to the top of the summit.
So I hesitate. My initial thought was to run into the room, but knowing this now, I feel like if I go into the room, it's just going to... I almost feel like I'm going to have to kill the kid, and I don't want to kill the kid. So... so I feel like I would run to the nearest window, and see if I can see what's happening at the gate.
Sure. So yeah, you look out and you see that much of the sort of alabaster of it is cracked, and it's almost like there is dark energy coming through because it's this white arch that's up there, this pure white arch, and it's almost like you've seen like it's like a hard-boiled egg that's been pounded on the counter a few times, but instead there's like pulsating energy coming through.
And it's the Old Kingdom ruins?
Yeah, these are the Old Kingdom ruins, and that you also see that there is dark energy coming out, and you think maybe... Go ahead and make a perception check.
Yeah. 12.
You think that there is something else up there, and that the people are now just rushing up there.
And it's coming from the Pale Arch.
Coming from exactly the Pale Arch. That's where all of this is happening. That all of a sudden there's been a darkening. Something has triggered it, and things might be coming from the other side. You're not sure, but people are going to go respond to that now.
Okay. I yell out, we should get to the Pale Arch.
Okay. Fen.
Fen completely ignores Astaroth. Sorry, buddy.
No, no, you're fine.
But
You would.
he immediately charges towards where Tessera is, and so he's going to move there. And as he's doing it, like his arms, like he kind of like shakes his arms down, and as he's moving, you just see like purplish flames go up his arms as he activates his psychic weapons.
Yes.
Lordy Lord. Okay, excellent. I think that's all for you. What will happen next is you see, I think that you're the one that's out of the room now. So Astaroth, I think you see out of the corner of your eye as not Vezin, but Korith begins to get up and like wipes some like blood off his face and is maybe even like missing a tooth as he's like hit something hard here in the room after he was blown back. And he's going to, he actually looks around and he's kind of like really disoriented, and he gets sight of Mr. Bazista, who has also been knocked back, and he's helping him up.
He's helping Mr. Bazista up.
Yeah, he's kind of checking
Okay.
to make sure that he's okay, and he's getting him. And he's like, "Are you he's like, are you okay?" And he's trying to like get him to safety. Excellent. Then Mr. Bazista is kind of also helping with this, and is just trying to look around. And he says, "What happened? What did you do, Vezin?" And he begins to go that way, but you think that Korith is kind of holding him back.
Mhm.
And it's beginning to create a problem between the two of them. Then Vezin looks at you, Tessara, and I guess also as like, just this is sort of just as this happens right before Fen begins to get in, says, there's sort of this like vacant look about you. It's almost like you're being perceived by two sets of eyes, and looks, each one's looking at you and says, "You're the cat."
That's true.
The one that scared my father.
True.
Then the voice begins to kind of shift, and there is like almost like a completely different look in his eyes as it goes from sort of this like in the middle distance look to something more exacting and menacing, as it kind of looks at you and almost as if it's finally seen you. And
Right.
says, "All your friends are going to die up there."
Well, don't like that. And Tessera actually looks relieved as Fen enters the room, kind of a thing.
But he's still sitting very, very calmly, very peacefully. He doesn't make any actions. He even sees you come in and just kind of looks at you in sort of a nonchalance, Fen. But it's Tessera's turn.
I might to Fen over our bond. I say, I might need you to distract him because I'm probably going to try something really dumb. And I'm going to, from a little distance away, start poking around in the kid's skull and look for him rather than the thing that is giving me the scary sound effects voice.
Sure. So this would be like an opposed is it? I forget if there's a solid just target number you're trying to hit, or is there a?
Yes. So it would be opposed. Yes, opposed by whatever psychic shield, whatever. Psychic
Right.
shield.
Go for it.
And this is a communication check. Ew, that's not the best. 13.
And it didn't roll too well, so there's actually even so you begin to enter into this to his mind, and there is you begin to see that there is like, it's almost like you can kind of see that there is this tunnel that like begins to like telescope down into an ever sort of growing path, and that you finally like kind of make your way down, and then there is sort of this door, and you actually see in front of this door is your mother, or something that looks like your mother.
Yeah.
And as she sort of sits there in her haughty Rycat slouch, and is looking at you and says, looks at you and says, you simply have no business in there, nor do I think that you really have what it takes to go through.
That may be true, but I will speak with Vezin one way or the other.
There is that comes from your mother, this vision of your mother at least. And she charges at you, and you deftly leap over her and move through the door, kind of clambering through, and you find him.
Okay.
You definitely are in the you reach out to him, you get his presence.
I'm gonna drop the quick image. I'm gonna drop the quick image of Korith helping his father up, and like the sort of like play on the kind of like turmoil that image alone has to envision, and say, you have to come out here. You have to break free. The people who love you best are waiting for you, and they're in danger.
So you're kind of saying this into this darkness. You kind of enter this dark chasm, and you know that he's somewhere here. And you're just trying to get him to come out of the shadows. And you wait for a good hot second of just like, oh God, where is he? And then in what feels like 100 minutes, but is probably only a few seconds, the young man comes out from the shadows of his mind, and he says, I've lost the way. Can you show me back?
Absolutely.
And he follows you through channels of his mind. So this is happening psychically. You see that there seems to be some kind of like, you have the telltale signs of psychic interlocution happening,
Right.
Fen, from your point of view. So how would you like to proceed?
Shit. I don't know. What is the boy monster doing?
The boy is just kind of staring at your rye bonded friend, and they're just kind of like, there's twitching on the face, but is just kind of like in the midst of something psychic with your friend, you think?
Man, how old is this kid?
It's like 16.
Old enough to punch in the face.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to determine. I'm like, how inappropriate it is to hit a kid? Like, is this like okay, I can hit a 16-year-old. Yeah, I think so. Like, knowing the kind of state that Tessera is in, Fen steps in front of her, like in between her and the kid, and you see him shake his hands again. Knowing that this isn't quite called for just yet, and the flames sort of die out and like flicker around his fingertips. And he sees the twitching and realizes that there is like what the stupid thing Tessera was trying to do is there's some kind of like invisible wizard battle happening.
Sure.
And he like looks at the kid and he looks at like everyone else in the room and he sort of shrugs. And he for sure decks that kid. It's real hard to keep your mental defenses if your bell was just rung.
True.
So he doesn't like punch him in the head. He boxes his ears, which is a very, very disorienting mental status to be put in, but doesn't really damage you. So he definitely claps him on the side of the head.
Okay.
To throw him off.
Tessera, you are ripped out of this. You were leading the way pretty well, but then all of a sudden you are just jerked out of there. All of a sudden, you almost like share the sensation of pain for just a second.
Totally. Yeah.
And then you're kind of panicked and disorientated, and then you kind of like look around and you see that the face is softened and has changed somewhat, but you're not. You'll see who you're gonna get.
Right.
He was starting to fight back.
Oh, so that was Fen. Sorry, I skipped Astaroth.
That's all right. You were still over in that room. It made sense.
Yeah, it's not that. Yeah, it's not that important. So yeah, you see that. You see
the arch.
Yeah. So,
am I on the first floor, or am I like on the second?
This is all happening on a first floor.
Okay, then I will push this window open, and then I would move straight over to the stable house, which I think is only.
I would like you to make a willpower roll.
Okay.
To open up this window, which is physically closed, but there's also something else happening here. And this would be the specific role that we would be looking for here.
I got a 10.
Okay.
I don't have any willpower.
I was trying to see if there's like a focus I could give you, but
Oops.
yeah, you try to pull and you can. There's almost like this. You see that there is this like there. You feel this some other kind of energy is like pulling it down, and that there is something that's like this dark energy that's kind of seeping through everything might be kind of holding it here.
As I can't push it, since I'm already at the window, then I will just make a run for the door, wherever the closest door to the outside is.
Okay, so you begin running towards this common area, and you actually see where the rest of the Bazista clan was. They were like in mid, like walking away, like gathered together with Deneth.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that they are all currently surrounded by several shadowy figures that are kind of made out of just like pure darkness. And they're small and they're furtive. But you think that they've like bit one of the young girls who is like bleeding, or they've done something, and they're all and the Bazistas are like slowly getting backed into a corner as these dark creatures are beginning to go after them.
Do I have enough time to shoot my bow?
I say yes.
Okay. Then I will shoot at one of these black shadowy creatures. Preferably that's like looks like it's the most immediate danger to the Bazista family.
Sure.
Okay, so that is an 11, and if I hit, that is 2 stunt points.
Let me double check something. Because this is something that is okay. That is enough to hit one of these. It's just about to pounce and hit, but is you hit it with the arrow, which causes it to like skid aside just as about to like pounce on this young girl, and then they all start to notice you and as they all see you. Go ahead and roll your damage for that as well.
Yep, I'm gonna add the stunt points of Mighty Blow to it also to do an extra
excellent.
D6. So that is that's
Is it
a
not?
lot.
These guys aren't
That
too
is 11 points of damage. And I say, oh, if only Fen were here.
And you see that this and this thing dissipates into a million different shadows, but then all these other like little guys turn and begin to look at you, and some are still interested in what's happening over there. Yeah, and you see that the family's kind of being backed up to this window, which has probably been sealed by magic as well, so they're kind of getting cornered.
Come at me, gluttons.
All right. As that starts, we're going back to Tessera. Oh, sorry. Actually, we're going to go through these. They have some NPCs here. So, the half of these little dark creatures are going to come towards you, and I think that none of them are going to be able to. They're going to use all of their actions to get to you. Basically, they've crossed this pretty vast, like, common area space, sort of entrance hall, and they're making their way over to you. The other half, it's about 3 and 3 right now. I think you can see about 6 around here. They okay. You see as they begin to like scratch at some others, and they all 3 attack the family, and they hit, but nobody's seriously injured yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's mainly like the older brothers who are also like trying to like stop them from getting to the younger people. You see you just hear also what's happening is that Vaz and Korith are arguing about like going in there and not letting them in, and there's just an argument, and it's kind of escalating outside in there. And then you see the young man in front of you. Vizen is just looking up. And you definitely get his eyes. You get much more present eyes looking at you and saying, what's happened? Oh, he has a headache from being hit and looks at the 2 of you and says, What's going on? Oh God, it's oh gods. So he looks frightened and just kind of like looking for some kind of answers and something. And then he kind of like sees behind you the 2 men and who are arguing, and he says, and then there's almost like a creeping back of something in his eye, something purple, as he's just saying, take them away! Take him away! And there's, you're not exactly sure what voice that came from. All right, Tessera.
Okay, well, not a fan of all of that. Is there a place in this school that is warded, that is kept warded?
Yes. There is a warded room that's kind of like a panic room, and it would be underground.
Okay. All right. So Tessera is going to send messages to is going to send messages to Aster and Fen, and probably Korith as well. Basically, like flashing the location of that chamber and saying, we need to get Vision in there.
Yeah.
I think it might help him get out of the influence as best as possible. And then she looks at Fen and says, but I don't think he's going to come willingly. And then I'm going to take the aid action to assist Fen when he attempts to wrestle and or fisticuffs this poor kid.
Oh, poor kid. Yeah, I think Fen will do exactly that. Oh man, unfortunately, Fen's not a strong boy. He's a magic boy. Strength is my dump stat. Yeah, how the hell would Fen, man, outside of knocking this kid out?
There you go.
I think he it's a kid, and he's not a working kid. He's gonna go behind the bed, and he basically like full Nelson's the kid. It's the only way he can get physical and like restrain and also be able to move the kid. So while he's in like kind of that weird in between liminal space, he's sort of half Nelson's this kid, which I assume would be fighting, I guess, if I'm rolling for that.
I believe so, right, Joseph? We would be using his. Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
I have nothing in that, so 14.
Yeah, just roll well. You're okay.
Yeah, I'll just roll good.
He rolled
Plus another +2 from my 8 ally action.
Oh, so
Yes.
16.
You grab a hold of him, and he is unable to move hands or limbs or anything.
Great. So I have him in a full Nelson, and I'm gonna like lift him off the bed, and I'm gonna be walking him down wherever Tessera is leading us.
All right. And we'll give a mental shout to Korith that's just basically like, help Fen. Come on, we've got to get him to safety.
Okay.
And God help Dad if he gets in our way.
Okay. So Astaroth,
Yes.
you got three guys coming at you. There's like a few more, about 3 in the back that are harassing the family.
Yep.
I
reply back quickly to Sarah and say, I'm preoccupied with 6 shadow creatures and protecting the family.
Oh no!
In the main hall or whatever it is. Here. And then I will aim at another one of the shadows on the family and let an arrow loose. Okay, great. 10, 12, that is another 14. And that, I actually realized I have an ability that I didn't use last time. No doubles this time, though. But I have pinpoint attack. So once per round, I can add 1d6 damage to a successful attack if my dex is greater than the target's. My dex is 2, by the way.
Okay. So, yeah. So, what would you roll on the attack roll?
That is 10, 14.
Gonna hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. Do I get the extra d6 too?
Yes.
Okay. Their dex is less than a 2.
Oh, if their dex is less than a 2.
Yep.
Let me double check. It is less than a 2.
Beautiful. That's all we need then. That is 12 points of damage on one near the family.
All right. How much is that again?
Sorry.
The damage.
I moved my dice. I don't know what I said.
Sorry.
It was 12.
Sorry.
It was what?
12 damage.
Oh.
12 damage. Yeah.
Okay, it goes poof.
Nice.
All right.
Tell Fen I hit 2.
Good. Okay. Fen. So you did that. You're carrying. So. All right. This is what happens with Korith. Korith says, Korth is kind of going up to help, and then there is this like this moment between him and Vezin, and Vezin and there is this like this pain that makes all the shadows much longer in this room, as they say, as he says, you hurt me. I gave you so much of me and you didn't want it. Don't touch me. I would say that to Sarah, who is somewhat psychically like attached to the kid right now, or at least like psychically sympathetic to the kid at this point, there is flashes of the moment of like the fear and the anger and the like confusion on the face of Korith as you are being pushed down and you kind of like hit your head against a rock in the grotto, and he kind of waits to see if you're okay, and then you kind of like grab for him to stay, and then he like just kind of like runs away, so there's that for a flash,
Okay.
and you can see that Korith, who would love to help Fen right now, but is sort of locked in something, some hesitation to get any closer to Vezin, and Vezin, who is sort of warding him off, and there's just this great roiling tension of a knot of hurt between the two. And you see that the dad goes up to help, but he is you see that there's like a kind of a slashing and like a wailing from the young man, which wards the father off. Okay, to Sarah.
Are you are you better at psychic stuff than I am, Finn?
I might be. Yes. I mean, I have a 3 as
Okay,
my bonus.
So we're actually pretty equivalent then.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm going to say, I need you to get through to him, but I'm going to get us some help in doing so. And then I'm going to mentally contact Korith and say, he is hurt because of your last exchange. I know it was painful for both of you, but I think you should show him the fears and the pain that you were experiencing that made you act that way, so that he knows it's not out of hate. It's not out of anything demeaning, but because both of you were in pain. I'm going to need your help to save him.
All right. Well, I think with that, you know how we do. We're probably going to do a communication, something there with persuasion.
Okay. I would like to re-roll that, please. That's better. So 17.
It is a thing to coax pain and hurt out of people. I think people are even. It's the brain is so excellently built to save the mortal mind from
Yes.
pain. And what you are doing right now, both just as an individual and as somebody who is who has an innate psychic ability, is you are doing one of the hardest things, which is to make a human being, a mortal person, understand that they are just that, mortal, and are capable of pain and hurt. And you are opening them up to the realities of their lack of invincibility. But there is this moment that comes over Korth's eyes that he realizes that so far, like, his biggest fear has been to share his own fears with this young man, this boy who he loves, who is these two young men. He feared, he didn't want to show him that he was afraid, and he lets that all go. And you see and you feel that sort of pour in to into Vezin. And there is this look of recognition on Vezin's face. All right.
Can we count that as an aid ally action for
Yes.
Fen's? Awesome.
Fen, go ahead and do what you're going to do.
Is he resisting moving down the hall or down where we're going?
Right now, things have a little bit. It's not nothing. You think actually now a little bit distracted, so probably not.
Okay. But it seems as though Tessera is breaking through to the kid.
Yes.
Okay. Man, I'm gonna roll for bullshit. I have an idea. Because this kid is he has manifested some level of arcane, right?
Yeah.
I have him, and I'm very close to him because I have to be. So seeing that, like, the kid is starting to break through, Fen is going to try to talk to the kid, because I assume the entity inside of him already knows this kind of thing. But he's going to try to instruct the kid as best he can, on how to build a psychic shield,
Okay.
as if to, like, block him off from the entity inside of him. So he's going to do his best teaching job and explain to him how he can erect his own psychic shield. I don't know what that would be to roll.
It's a good question.
Teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say either
Intelligence? I don't know if there's-
either intelligence or communication persuasion.
Leadership, maybe? Oh, persuasion's a skill you have, or a focus you have, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I would make a intelligence roll, but you're using your persuasion focus. So basically, you're rolling
Nice.
an intelligence check with your persuasion focus.
16.
Okay.
And then a +2.
Oh, and a +2 from Tessera, so 18.
You feel the information landing. You are. There's a lot of stuff going on in this kid's head right now.
Yeah.
And you're all having a good time.
He's gonna sleep for a week.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in this kid's head, and you're making it work, and well, it's a weird thing because you're helping him build this shield, but at the same time he's making himself completely vulnerable to the pain of this other person.
Mhm.
So there's a lot going on right now. Astaroth.
Sorry, I for some reason blanked on what my name was. So yeah, there's 2 more on the family, 3 that have enclosed on me or are enclosing on me.
Yes, yeah. I forgot to attack you last time, but that's fine. They're
They
coming
missed. They missed. I
They
mean,
missed,
I'm so
yeah.
dexterous. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will shoot one again on the family.
Yep.
And same deal. Oh, that's even better. That's an 18, and I got 5. Actually, I got 3 stunt points because it's based on the dragon die.
Use those how you will.
Yes. So I will use the lightning attack, but before I do that, I'll roll my damage. I know that I have a higher dex, so that's 2d6 plus 5. That is 9 points of damage on 1.
Okay.
Does it go poof?
He goes poof. Yeah, I don't
Awesome.
have a lot of things, yeah.
So then on my second attack, I will do this, and then I don't get stunt points for the lightning attack. 11. That is a 16 to hit. And that would be, I can only use that one ability once, so that's 9 points of damage anyways.
Oh, poof.
So the ones on the family are gone. I just have the 3 on me now.
That is very true.
And I tell the family, run.
Yes. They is at this point that you start to recognize that there are sort of other things like kind of creeping out of the shadows, that a lot is happening right now around you, and that more threats may persist as long as the core problem is still happening. But I mean, you're doing what you can to protect them now, which is good. The 3 guys that are on you are going to attack you. You said 13 is your defense?
13 if I'm aware.
Yeah, you're aware of all of these. Okay. They each hit you. No, 2 of them hit you. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
2 of them hit you, and they deal 8 damage.
What does that feel like? I imagine it's not like
great.
a normal attack.
Yeah, no, it's like it's like as soon as they dig into you, it's almost like your blood is replaced with cement. It feels, and then there's like this just pain and like stiffness in your arms, and you don't even notice anything. It's almost like it's more of a concussive force. And then as you pull back, you notice that like lesions or like little cuts begin to form where their claws would have been, as your body is like making sense of what's happening to it. It's there's a strangeness happening as you are interfacing with the destructive energy of shadow. All right, I think at this point with the other, so I think that the father is just backing up. Korith is now just releasing everything, and you see that he is crying. He's not saying anything. He's just looking into Vezin's eyes, and there is just silent tears falling from his face. And the same is happening with Vezin, who is just receiving, and all of this information that he's getting between building shields and having a pure, totally empathic understanding of this person he loves. To Sarah.
Gods. I feel like the best we can do at this point is to try and shepherd them down to that warded area. Wait, no. Astaroth is still dealing with some of these other shadow whatsits, right?
Yep.
Okay. Then I'm gonna dash off and find him, and I'm gonna see if I can treat some of these shadow whatsits like chew toys.
Excellent. Just for the heck of it, go ahead and give me. Let's say you run into the ones that are attacking him. Go ahead and give me your attack roll.
Great. So that is a accuracy. So that's a 14 to hit.
Okay, that hits.
And that's a total of 9 points of damage. I am also using pinpoint attack, by the way.
Yeah, they don't have. There's not a lot, but they come. A lot of them they tend to pop back up. So like these little guys. You attack them with your energies. It's a strange thing to like reach into shadow and try to disassemble it, but you do. There is this. It's almost more of like it's being harassed too much by you, so it just kind of like poofs away in order to avoid tangling with you anymore, as it makes itself corporeal. It's like, oh, that was too much, and it poofs. To Sarah, so Fen, what are you do? So you think that you've gifted this knowledge of building psychic walls towards this young man. Sarah seems interested in making sure that he gets down to this warded place. It looks like the father might be willing to help you carry him if you need the help. You also know that your friends have gone off to like fight something over there that you hear like causing a ruckus.
Fen will like elbow brush off the father's attempt to help. He's kind of better where he has them. And he turns to the father and says, he needs all the help he can get, not physically, but mentally. The discussion you had with my companion, and he like nods to Sarah. Yeah. You need to come to terms with this. You need to reach through to your son.
All I want is for him to be well and
you don't need to tell me any of this. You need to speak directly to him. Walk with me as he's muckling his kid down the hall.
Nice.
All right, and that's happening. So, so a lot of stuff are like, so that's how happening, that you're all kind of moving towards this warded area. One of these things, so a few more of these things pop out from shadows elsewhere and begin crawling towards the family again, who kind of get backed up towards this large window. And they're trying to find ways out as more things begin to pop out of where any place like a shadow exists. What's your defense to Sarah?
It is 14.
All right, that's going to be a miss, and then for you, it's going to be a hit on Astaroth. That's going to be another 4 damage from their like little claws. To Sarah, go ahead and this is gonna be our last little thing that we do. So go ahead and ask. Yep. Well.
Ooh. Wow. 19 with 6 stun points.
Go ahead and do your magic with that.
All right. We will do exactly that. I'll probably use lightning attack in order to get multiple, or rather, sorry. Dual strike, actually. So your attack is so strong it affects 2 targets. First, pick a secondary target. The target must be adjacent to you if you're using melee. Apply the test result of your original attack roll to the secondary target. If you hit the secondary target, inflict your normal damage on it. And then I'll use my Mighty Blow on the first one. So that is 13 points of damage for the first one. And 11 points of damage for the second.
Poof poof. Astaroth. So the two that were confronting you are gone. You do see that more are popping up. There are now about another 4 that are coming towards the family, though they're not at them yet.
Oh man. And so I think I just need to keep attacking them.
Yep.
But
feel
at
like
yeah, but at the same time, so in my head, I don't have an open link with Tessera anymore, do I? Because it's on her, not myself.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think
So I would assume it's not there anymore. Okay, then I will just shoot, and with my minor action, I will tell the family, run behind me down the hallway, and I will follow you and try to keep them off of you. And I will shoot one of the 4 on the family, or approaching the family. Actually, I will shoot one on coming at me. Actually,
go ahead and shoot.
Yep. That is 17, actually. No doubles, though.
Okay.
And that will be... I'm going to use my ability to add the damage. Okay, awesome. That is 14 points of damage.
All right. You hold off more attacks on this. You hold off another attack on this family. So this is what happens. More of these creatures come out. You and Tessera try to hold them off as best you can with your fighting. Though it's getting things are kind of roiling and kind of getting worse. You also hear that there's lots of stuff happening outside, which sounds horrible. Though mainly just because you can't really make sense of what's going on. The big problem right here with the families, of the Basistas, is that they're just kind of like trapped down here. And so you're starting to kind of like hold them off as like these creatures begin attacking you. It's then at this point that all of a sudden there is a crash as tons of glass from one of the windows looking outside scatters everywhere, as something that you can't quite make the shape of like comes in, as it's like almost like it was like hurled into the window, and it is like moving around and like disorientated, and like it's like panicking and is like hitting things, and is even like hitting these dark creatures that are kind of being flung away. And you realize what you're looking at is a stag that has that has crashed into the window, and is like in a panic, but like fighting things. It's very chaotic what's happening right now. It's like it almost like it got dropped into here.
Because it did get dropped in here by you, Aaron. Thank you.
I did not. I did not drop it in here. That was not me.
I love it. Can I react with it?
Yes, please. If you would like to do something with it, the stag is about to do something, but if you would like to do something else, please.
I would like to Legolas it and grab the under part of its arm and just do this weird defying gravity thing and put myself on its back, of course.
All right. You jump upon it, and you see that there are these like shadow creatures that are coming towards you, coming down these stairs that are leading up this large window that the family was originally kind of being backed up towards. And you steer it away into these, well, or through into these creatures, as almost like the stag just kind of like is picking these things up and like bulldozing them out of the way, and runs straight into this window, causing it to crash into a million crystals and letting this sunshine in. And it leaps forward with Astaroth, with you on its back.
Yes.
And Tessera, as you're looking at
So-
this image for just a second, as it's leaping into the morning sun,
Yeah.
it almost looks like it has a golden sheen, just for the second,
Just
And then
for a
it-
moment.
just for a moment, and then as it, and then as it immediately lands, and is just like the reality of just like the chaos and like the craziness of a stag like jumping through windows, and like you know, like something, you know, that happens to sometimes in rural communities, of just like, you know, some creature getting trapped inside, and the pure just destruction of all that.
Right.
The panic, the blind, crazed panic of an animal just coming inside and then immediately getting out. As it then runs away into the distance, and Astaroth, you feel this as well, as like the sheer like slight moment of heroism and the perfect poetry of motion that it was to get onto this thing is completely replaced by the sheer realization of the reality of the inanity of your action. As this thing carries you into the wilderness. As the sun breaks through, we have Fen, Vaz, and Korith all standing over young Vezin in this warded space. And as everyone is looking very intently at him, as two men, or one very young man and two people that love Vezin very much, stand by him as words are shared physically, vocally, and at a deeper level. And that sun, Tessera, you see, pierces through the shattered window and chases away the shadow. You sort of crawl out to Sarah from the wreckage that was caused, and you look up and you see as members of the town are coming up in droves to assist Sovereign's Finest and other college researchers and college students and staff who have been injured. Some are dead, but they are being assisted and cared for by a community of Jarzoni, Aldens, and Kurnish, as they are all beginning to put together efforts to get these people out of these ruins and into people are coming over to the college to see how they can help you. They're tending to the destruction. You see that unspeakable body parts of creatures that go beyond the understanding of natural philosophy, are completely are being sort of taken down as well, and you try to ignore those. There is some fighting still, as some people are kind of caught up there, those who cannot get away. But eventually, and not too soon after, not too far after, not too late after you get out of the building and are making sense of everything, you see that there are riders coming up from the road, and you see that one of them that you see that they're cloaked, sort of mysteriously, and then one of them takes down the hood, and you recognize Sheneth, the noble and sovereign who sovereign's finest, who is your main mentor, and they ride on towards the top, and you also see behind there is one of the horses leaps over an obstruction in the way, and the hood falls, and you see long red hair and a pale face. And go ahead and make an intelligence. You can make an etiquette check if you would like. You could make a high intelligence check, or even some kind of perception, whatever is the best for you.
17.
17. You recognize this figure, and you don't believe it at first. You recognize this as Queen Jalen. You think that you are seeing things, but especially in the raggedy outfit in which she has on. But it is a wonder. Some time passes. Eventually, Astaroth is found somewhere in the woods.
Oh, I'm sure I've got like cuts on my face from branches.
Unconscious, having hit a branch full on.
Yeah.
And he's like, that was the best thing ever.
It was.
Fen, so the young man is calmed down, and then there's also a cohort of people that have come with these riders, who seem very skilled at the healing arts, and begin to take over. And you see, you leave the young man Vezin in the capable and loving hands of his family, as well as Korith. You, at some point, you are all asked, once they've located all of you, to go to the Old Kingdom ruins at the top. And you make your way up there. You see that there are people amongst these riders now that they have taken off these like raggedy cloaks, riding cloaks, and you see that they have, a lot of them have livery of the royal of all kinds of different royal offices. You think that you see at least 2 knights amongst them, and definitely some pretty powerful people here, not the least of which is your sovereign and queen, Jalen, who is not like sitting in state, is kind of very actively, has an apple on her, and is kind of eating it, and like looking at like some kind of papers and plans or something that are being put in front of her at one of these like tables that are set up here for the researchers. And she's kind of like pointing to it like very knowingly and offering a suggestion about something. And then you see behind you where the pale arch was is now completely like blackened and twisted. And you see that there is, as like all of this alabaster that once covered it is like, has sloughed off and like has made piles around it. You also see Shaleth is with her, the queen, and you are bidden to come closer.
Yeah,
Then come
happily.
closer. Yeah.
Am I? So I'm there too, even, right?
Yeah. You've been recuperated.
Yeah.
you got maybe some bandages on.
I'm still trying to tell Fen, like, Fen, dude, I hit like 4 of those things. Like, I was dropping them left and right. Like, so every like chance I get, I'm telling Fen, I actually hit things. Trust me, I did. I swear.
Tessera tells me you hit a tree on a deer.
Well, yeah, I did. I got to ride a stag too. Yes, after I killed a bunch of those black shadow things.
You know, a lot of,
At
and you're
least-
telling people about the elk thing. You know, you actually hear that there was a lot of panic from a lot of the forest life when the thing happened, kind of like animals running away from a tsunami. So there's like a lot of reports of like a lot of deer. So a lot of people are just saying, well, probably one of these things just got spooked and like ran through the windows.
Right. Yeah.
The Bazistas saw it. They saw me. I swear they were right there.
I mean, they've been pretty they're more worried about their kids. So I mean, they're not, you know. So
They didn't see it.
Are you positive
no one's
the
really
deer
asked.
the deer didn't hit you and carry you with it
No, I grabbed
until it
it.
hit a tree?
I grabbed it and jumped on it.
Why?
I rode it. I steered it because I was outnumbered by the shadows, and I thought I'd be able to steer its antlers through the shadows that I was dropping with one by one with arrows. Antlers are far more effective than just a single arrow. Like, you know, anytime you're on a mount.
You see why this is hard to believe, right?
No.
Last time we fought, you hid in a tree and then told us you fired arrows at it.
Well, this time I hit things. A lot of things.
But no one was there to see it.
Damn you, Fen.
If an Astaroth fires an arrow at a shadow and no one's around to see it, did he hit? And he like looks over at Tessera and there's just like the wryest smile
She's
across his face.
shaking her head.
To Sarah, go on my head. Show him my memory. You could do this.
Maybe we should see what our sovereign wants.
Yeah, true. Good point.
Oh, so she kind of sees you as you're approaching, and she kind of looks up from her work. She's kind of like looking for a place to put this apple, and she's just kind of like fumbling with it a little bit, and she's like trying to like maybe. At first, her initial reaction is to, like, hand it off to Shayleth, but then she like feels weird about that, and so she just she's just kind of like standing with you, not sure what to do with this apple, and she says, "Hello, you are the ones that were inside of the college."
We are.
Yes.
I was.
And then a deer took him into the trees.
Fen, this is not the time.
Well, very good work. I'm very sorry for the losses we have sustained here today. It's heartbreaking. All of them will be given the full honors of Sovereign's finest. I'm told that one of you's name is Fen.
I'm Fen.
This is from somebody. Shayleth kind of stands forward and says, I'm afraid, Fen, something was left for you. And they go through they go through a chest that's over there, and they say, this is from Isabella. I'm afraid she did not make it. Though she asked that that you have this. And what is given to you is a handkerchief, like some kind of cloth. It's kind of grubby because it was probably saw some action, and it has the imprint of her lips. and kind of written kind of hastily on it is you still owe me that dance. And it's handed to you. Shayla says, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that you were close.
I didn't realize we were this close either. But I will take that.
Most survived. Only a few did not. Isabella died defending some of the others. Like I said, like Her Majesty said, full honors of the Sovereign's finest. Once her body is returned to the city. This is a terrible final lesson for you all to learn in such a way. Queen Jalen speaks up and says, well, I suppose none of us really stop learning. There are many lessons in life, and life keeps teaching them, whether we want them or not. I guess the only real good that can come from such things is the wisdom we gain and the strength we build from it, if we can. For your efforts here, this entire everyone who has served here will be well taken care of and well rewarded. We wanted to make sure that you knew that you will be welcomed, of course, with open arms into the service of the Sovereign's finest as soon as you return to the city and you are ready. Please, there is no rush. I understand that something like this takes much out of a person. It is a good thing that you were here to watch things as you did. Unfortunately, fortunate that it had to end in bloodshed. But it could have been much worse. Luckily, psychic messaging was able to reach us in time, and I was not too far away anyway, doing another business. So we were able to make some quick travel here. And there's like a little bit of a shared look between Shaneth and the Queen. Is there anything else, anything that I can help you with? Anything that you shall need?
No?
Sarah seems mostly to be like glancing up, looking up at Fen, like almost keeping an eye on him.
I'm sorry, what we need for what?
Anything that I can do. I want to make sure that all that are here are well taken care of. I've been able to, there are many that are not in as good of a shape as you all. I figured I'd start with you, but I also know that you had quite a strong part to play in all this, for the better.
Thank you. I think I speak for all three of us when we say that we're glad to have been of service, and that if something does occur, we will uh, we will say so.
Yeah.
Resources.
All right. Well, the last thing that I have to say is that I have heard from what reports that I have gathered that you have had the most contact with understanding what the true nature of all of this was. I ask that you are very thorough in your reports as to what happened here, and that you spare no details, as all
I won't.
information. Um, you should know that the opening of such things has been increasing as of late. Hence my presence in the area and my personal visit here. You see as there are a large amount of like dust is almost being kicked up in the road down beneath the summit, and you see as actually like large numbers of figures in blue with banners are approaching, and you see that it's soldiers, that it is knights and sovereign's finest and soldiers, guard and stuff like that as they're approaching. You will be times are going to get very hard for all of us, as we believe that there will be more incursions like this. Many of these old shadow gates are being activated at an alarming rate. To go into the Sovereign's finest now would be, you're going to face much adversity ahead of you, as we are in a very dangerous position. You have done much through all of this, but I would not begrudge you if you wanted to put this life aside. I figured that I would give you the option of understanding that if you were to leave now, you would retire with a short but recorded career within the Sovereign's finest. But of course, we could use all the talent we can, all the talent we have. So if you could stay, we would have you. But know that it has never been a more daunting task. Do any of you wish to end your career here?
I think we're just getting started.
Agreed.
3 of us then.
Well, the gods bless you. And I speak for all those who I am humbled and grateful to represent and to serve. And I say thank you for all you have done here. She turns and she goes back to, she whispers something to Shaleth, and she goes back into the rabble.
She's very casual for a queen.
Oh yes, it actually quite upsets some of the stodgier members of the courts, just how informal she is.
Shaleth approaches you all. They They kind of take you in, and they look out over the town. Well, thank you for not leaving it in a rabble, in rubble. While I was gone.
You're welcome.
You earned that sword, Astaroth.
Yeah, I didn't have to use it. Just the bow.
Knowing when not to use a sword is the most important part. Using a
Right
sword.
after knowing how.
Fen, you're not very good with a sword.
I'm very good with this one. And he like brushes his hand down to the side again, and a sword forms in his hand. It works just fine.
What forces we can muster are beginning to be mobilized. More attacks are imminent. And
Well, wherever we can do the most good and be the most use, please don't hesitate to point us.
so, what exactly did happen here? It's kind of like looking at the destruction around and just like the busy of like the crazy mingling of people that's happening in the village right now.
Where to begin?
Estroth has written a small book about it.
I'm working on it. But that's more the story of Astaroth for the day that I retire.
Well,
The promise will be thorough in our reports, and make sure that you have a copy on your desk.
good work. And they leave you. And the three of you are kind of left amongst the sort of busy hustle and bustle of the sovereign's detachment, sort of traveling court that's around her, and that are making do of this place right now. They're paying very particular interest to this shadow gate, and you actually see, like, you all look as you see just Jalen, like, just staring down this shadow gate and taking it all in with much interest. You also look down as you see the town getting mixed in with the army of Aldis and all these different lives that are all entangled and enmeshed, the complicated knot of their different experiences, all weaving around each other to create something like a community. And you look down from this high ground down over to the your college, and where you think, whether the characters or the players or any of us see, you look over and you see you see a young man being walked by his father by the arm. He is the young man seems a little frail and weak and could probably move a little bit on his own, more on his own, if the father was not treating him like the thinnest crystal. And you see the father take him to a bench in sort of the courtyard of the college, and you see sitting there is Korith, who kind of stands at attention when he sees the young man. you see as Mr. Bazista, as Vaz looks at his son and looks at the young man, embraces his son, and walks away, holding him no longer. And you see as the young man stands there, as Vezin, frail, trepidatious, a little bit unreadable, looks over at Korith, who stands there with anticipation in his eyes, sorrow, curiosity, a little bit of joy. And many moments pass as the two of them stand there just looking at each other, as one foot moves in closer to the other in a single step. And we fade out. And the story at this point is over. There are lots of lives that were touched by this incident. There are no clean or easy endings in times of struggle. It is a very selfish thing that many of us feel entitled to a clean and totally complete ending. But life is just a series of starts. And we hope that at the end, that no matter what we do, no matter where we go, that we are doing all that we can out of love. And perhaps if we do that, however, wherever we head, we're at least moving in the right direction. So I want to thank everybody who came in to watch us. I want to thank my players. I want to thank Green Ronin and everybody who worked so hard on Blue Rose in the different editions it has had. And thank you so much. I had a really fun and satisfying time, telling this story. Thank you so much for seeing it to the end. And thank you, Juce, for having us and hosting this. So,
hey, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for
the
offering to
incredible
run
game.
it. Go ahead, Joseph. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say thank you for the incredible game.
Yeah, this was awesome.
It was a lot of
Thoroughly
fun.
Enjoyed it. Yeah.
I like this little setting you carved out for yourself over here, Aaron. It was awesome. So.
Oh, thank you.
So before I get off stream here, though, I do want to mention, go and follow these guys on Twitter. You can also follow unMade Gaming on YouTube. So link is in the description below, so you can go check them out. I also want to quickly mention that we are doing a giveaway that we're going to be giving away Blue Rose bundles, a player bundle and a narrator bundle. It is the final giveaway for this. We'll be doing it this week. We will pick a winner for each. So if you are interested in entering, go and follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Discord. I'm going to post on all of my social media accounts how you can win. And I'll tell you right now, I'm going to post an image of the Blue Rose giveaway for episode 3. And all I need from you is to mention your favorite moment from tonight's game in the comments of those, and I will then add you to a drawing. We will do the drawing live on stream this next week, probably Wednesday evening. And so we will then give those away. You will get the things shown on the screen right now under each bundle. So you get quite a bit of stuff. So if you're interested, go follow me on all the social media accounts and look out for that post in a few days. With that, once again, guys, thank you so much for playing. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Game on.
Take care.